Hey guys, it's Jay. Oh my god. What the heck happened there? Hey guys, it's Jay. Welcome back to the channel. I think I just died right there. Like, that was the last vestige of my life. Like, oh man, I just came back from a stag. That should mean totally different things to totally different people. But I just came back from um, a fundraiser. Let's put it that way. I came back from a fundraiser. Lots of food, lots of friends, lots of money being passed around in various ways. So I'm dead ass broke, and I have a convention to go to in a couple of weeks. I just came from a convention. Money, 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 money. It's just like just blow it all away. Just freaking like it's gone. It's literally gone. But we live for this, guys. We live for the convention. This convention season is just trucking along, man. Like you can just like tick 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 every single convention you can think of. It just keeps rolling along, rolling along, rolling along. Um, I wanted to come back and recap some events that happened in the last convention that I was attending, and talk about upcoming conventions that I'm attending. But at the same time, at the same time, that exclusives are going to be coming out for that everybody wants, but may not be able to get. What the heck? What is with these conventions and making things and dangling a freaking carrot around you, right in front of you? Freaking donkeys, man, just freaking trying to horses, whatever, man, just trying to catch that carrot. You know what I mean? Like absolutely ridiculous. Um, and of course, I wasn't alone. I wasn't alone at JoeFest 2024. I wasn't alone at JoeFest 2024. I had a wonderful crew. The Delta. First of all, let me say that I have to give a huge shout out to Delta 17. I'm gonna bring them up right now because why not? Why don't I bring up Delta 17? Delta 17 was instrumental in helping me to get to Augusta, Georgia for PowerCon. Sorry, I keep saying that. Why do I keep saying that? It's not PowerCon. It's JoeFest. What the hell is wrong with me? Um, you know why? It had a very similar feel. It really did. The camaraderie that was there, it had a similar feel, but it was completely different. Like, there was a lot of things to take in. There were a lot of things to enjoy, and there was a lot of friends to enjoy with it. But definitely, guys, head over to Delta 17. Check out their new line of actual products. They have an incredible line of 3 3/4 inch figures, O-rings. They're doing O-rings better than Hasbro, in my opinion, because Hasbro has now given up on O-rings. O-rings are now safely in the hands of Super 7. We're going to get into that. We're definitely going to get into that. That's going to be a theme for tonight as well. A lot of things that are happening in the toy space. But as I said earlier, I wasn't alone in at Augusta, Georgia. I actually had a whole bunch of friends who came with me, including Ken from Toy Connections, and of course my good friend John from Emerald Knight Photo. And guys, joining me tonight, of course, is the man himself. It is Emerald Knight Photo, John. What's
going on, man?
How you doing? Long time no see.
Yeah, a few days, yeah.
It's been a few days. It's been a week since you looked at me. No, I'm just kidding. It's been about a week. It's been about a week. Bare Naked Ladies, by the way, guys, if anybody doesn't know where that song comes from. John, how are you doing tonight, brother? How are things since we departed ways? What's been going on in Emerald Knight Photos world?
Nothing much. I mean, just getting back into the grind of the 9 to 5 job. We actually have family coming in this upcoming week for the 4th of July, so it's gonna have be a good time to have some hot dogs, hamburgers, kind of just spend some quality family time together. So looking forward to that.
Awesome. And happy 4th of July to everybody. It's coming up fast and furious. And for those of you
Yeah.
who don't know, Canada is not very original. We decided to make July 1st Canada Day. So figure that one out. Our American cousins have a Independence Day. And of course, Canada just comes and says, you know what? We want to be special too. We want to be super special, so we're gonna make Canada Day 4 days before Independence Day. Yeah, no pettiness here. I'm just kidding. Fun fact: Canada Day is this Monday, so it's
Nice,
a long
nice.
week. It's a long weekend for us, and it's like a half week. It's like a midweek for you guys, right? Like, what's the deal there? Do you guys
Yeah,
get the
it's
rest of
on.
the week off, or like how does that work, John? Like,
No, pretty much it's gonna just be Thursday. So my boss actually is off the whole week, so I'll be covering for
nice,
him. So
must be nice,
yeah, it must be nice.
must
Yeah,
be
but
nice.
I'll get a I'll get a couple of days in late July. So,
All right, that's
but
good.
no, this week, yeah, just pretty much Thursday, actual July 4th, I'll be off. So
Nice. See that there is a bright side to that.
yeah,
Sorry guys, my setup is a bit weird because my mic has been acting up. So you're gonna be seeing this huge gigantic thing in front of my face. I'll try to lower it a bit. Maybe we can get a little bit more J in the shot here. Yeah. So John, man, you know what? It was great to see you again
yep,
at JoeFest. I keep saying PowerCon for some stupid reason. I did that at the panel. Remember, people like lambasted
yep.
me. It was pretty bad. And I was doing interviews too. It was hilarious. Um, you know what, John? Okay, so I had my experience, but before we get into that, what was your experience at PowerCon? I mean, you and I have been to a whole bunch of cons now. We did PowerCon. I just said it again. PowerCon.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing. It's they have such a similar feel, but you and I went to PowerCon in
Mhm.
2023. That was a blast. But what were your thoughts? What was your takeaway from JoeFest 2024? I mean, like, this is my first time going. Was it your first time going? Like, how was it for you?
Yeah, it was my first time ever going to Joe Fest. As I kept reiterating to people that was, making introductions to, was like, I'm actually from DFW, so rather than go to the the local toy show at the same time that was happening in Dallas, I decided to go, make the trek to Augusta and go to Joe Fest. But no, I had a great time. I had a great time. I mean, staying at the hotel at the convention, that was a big plus. That was a big plus in my book as far as having, being around everyone, having the camaraderie. I mean, just again, just having a good time. Just talking to, I mean, people I've met online, and also just people I've met at cons like yourself, Jay, and then Lawrence of Punk with Toys, and other folks, Ed, and just a lot of great people. And being part of the Delta 17 booth was actually um, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I mean, it was. I mean, the days were long, and there was like, it was a lot of stuff we were doing, but I wouldn't trade it for one second. I mean, it was so much fun that I had. I never had been on that side of the coin at a con before. Usually, I would just go and look around and kind of just maybe pick up some stuff here and there, and then kind of just go home. But this was actually like it felt like an all day event, a whole week, a whole all weekend event. That yeah, again, it felt awesome to just be around, such amazing people.
I'm totally on the same boat with you. Like, it was a very different environment, a very
Mhm.
different beast. You and I were at PowerCon, and even though we hung out a lot, you, me, Oz, a whole bunch of guys, Scuba Pete, a lot of guys who we met again this year.
Yeah,
Um, After the show was over, we basically went back to our hotels and, kind of did whatever, right? Like, I
yeah,
think there was some mingling. I think that there was, I think it was like a couple of guys went to the pub,
mhm,
during the evening, but it wasn't quite like what happened here. There was a lot of community involvement, I
yeah,
find, at Joe Fest, and the whole community is very, very close. You know what I mean? It was this really, uh, it was just this communal thing. Like, we would we'd end the show, we clean up, we'd go back to our hotel's room for a bit just to, like, freshen up a bit, and then if you felt like hanging out, you went down to the main lobby, and it was
yeah,
like a party. It was like people were mingling, people were doing some crazy stuff. It was quite the experience. It was literally like, I don't know. It was like a freaking frat party. Like, it was crazy. Like,
pretty
people,
much, yeah, pretty
yeah,
much,
it
yeah,
was it was it was insane. And but it wasn't like people were enjoying themselves, but it didn't get over out of hand. You know what I
yeah,
mean? It was
yeah,
just like a whole bunch of adults I think Lawrence actually. I think Lawrence said it best. A punk with toys. I think he said it best. He was like, "This is my adult vacation." I think, and then you know
Yeah.
what? I think it makes a lot of sense. There were very few. Not that there were kids around. There were kids everywhere, but when everything it came down to the after party. I guess we'll call it the after party.
Mhm.
The tailgate. I don't know what else to call it, but that's when the adults came out and we just literally just caught up and had a grand old time. It was absolutely crazy. I see Renders Effects in the chat. Renders, if you wanna join, I sent you a link. We'd love to have you join us if you want to pop in for a minute, because we actually saw Renders.
Yep.
The sculptor extraordinaire himself at PowerCon. It was amazing to see him there.
Oh,
It was just total shock. Yeah,
you
go ahead.
said again, PowerCon.
I said it again. I really gotta say, what? PowerCon is just. I'm a MOTU fan, man.
I know.
But John, feel free to slap me over the head every time I say that. We'll make this into a drinking game. Every time I say PowerCon by accident, everybody take a shot. No, I'm kidding. By the way, I'm kidding. But feel free to do that if you guys want to just get stone ass drunk tonight, because I am gonna fumble this many times. JoeFest was freaking amazing. And I was not expecting to see Renders Effects at JoeFest. He just literally surprised everybody by showing up. And Renders, if you are still in the chat and you'd like to pop in, please, by all means, pop in. We would love to exchange. Another person who was at PowerCon, there it is. Take a drink, everybody. Another person who was at JoeFest. Jeez Louise. You guys are all going to be freaking stone-ass drunk by the time the night is over. Was Adam of Highly Articulated. Adam, if you want to pop in, we'd love to. Anybody who's at PowerCon, raise your hand, because we'd love to get your opinion here. I'm gonna just send the link to Adam, see if he's up for a bit of a chat. It was great seeing Adam there, and I'm gonna rib Adam a little bit when he finally pops up, because fun fact. The Saturday came, and they weren't ready. I think all of them had slept in the night before. I'm throwing them under the bus right now. Hold on for a second. Hold on, Adam. I'm putting the where is it here? How come it's not letting me? What the heck? Oh, for crying out loud. There it is.
Yeah, I was so surprised by Adam, though. Yeah, just the fact that he was, as tall as he was, that's one thing that just
you keep saying that.
Yeah, it was. It did not occur. Just seeing him on streams, it just, I don't know. Like I said, when he walked to the doors, I was like, wow, that's Adam. Like, I recognize the face, but it's like, wow,
yeah.
John
was just taken aback by Adam's height. It was he was like, he looks so small on YouTube, but he's huge in person. It was such a funny. Oh my god, it was so hilarious. I remember looking at it, was like, yeah, man. Like, the thing is, I was already ready for it, because I don't know if I would have reacted the same way, John, but I was ready for it, because I saw that he was hanging out with where the hell is Adam on my list? I saw he was hanging out with Ken in Vancouver at one point at a toy show, and when I saw them together, I was like, dang, Adam is tall. So it wasn't as much of a shock for me as it was for you, I guess. But yeah, seeing him there, it was really, really cool. And he's worked so hard with AWOC. Yeah. So it was really cool seeing him there. And again, I'm just throwing a little just ribbing them a little bit, because I remember that we were set up around 9:00 on Saturday. For whatever reason, they started damn early on Saturday. Yeah. I guess for the early birds, right? Old habits die hard, I guess. And we were ready. Delta 17 was ready. But the AWOC crew was I guess still asleep. They didn't realize what was happening. So they meandered in around 9:30. And they looked at everyone like, what's going on? Like, this is crazy. Like, where did everybody come from? And we're like, yeah, man, they kind of started with us. Willem Toy and Hobby. Willem, Do you want to
Hey,
join
Will.
us? Send me a PM on IG, Willem, and we'll rope you in, brother. We'll rope you in, and we'll talk because we hung out with Willem,
Oh, yeah.
Willem, all weekend. He was really helpful and really cuz is that Big Dub? Oh man, this is getting crazy. Big Dub, if you wanna jump in, like send me a PM. They're okay. So basically, all these guys were with us
Yep.
at JoeFest. I almost said it again, John. I'm gonna say PowerCon just to make everybody take another shot, because that was my fault. So yeah, guys, drink them if you got them. I'm 11 feet tall. Yes, I can totally believe it, dude. I can totally believe it, Adam. For crying out loud. Full disclosure, we had no idea there was an early access hour, and to be fair, we were still there before the Creative B Studio. This is true.
Okay. There you
This
go.
is true. The Creative B they were passed out. They didn't even bother coming until like 10:30. It was
Wow.
actually crazy. So yeah, Adam's gonna be right there. Adam, I sent the link in your IG if you want to pop in. We'd love to have you. Well, Adams can't make it. Busy with backer kit stuff
Okay.
still. I know, but oh, by the way, congratulations to AWOC. They unlocked. John, help me out here. They unlocked Mamba. They unlocked Mamba, the freaking gigantic elephant. Huge congratulations to AWOC. So, guys, Mamba is going to be available for pre-order very, very soon. So, yeah, that's going to be crazy. Big Dub, please send me a message on IG, MegaJ Retro. I will send you the link. Same thing with Wilhelm. Please send me a link. Sorry, send me a PM on IG. We'd love to talk to you guys. Again, if anybody was actually at PowerCon, please, I'll send the link across to you. Would love to actually share some experiences with everybody on what happened this weekend. Let's see here. You know what, John? Let's say hi to the chat while we're waiting for anybody who's actually going to join us. Renegade Biker, hey Jay, just wanted to let you know that I tried getting a 3D printed to print out more pieces of the Night Raven. Had a slicer issue. I will work on some more when I get home. Congratulations, brother! If you can actually get a 6-inch scale Night Raven going, that'll be insane. That thing's going to be massive. Frank Captain America, what's going on, friend? Good to see you. Lord Hoagie's in the house. What's going on? Aaron the Toy Hunter. Aaron, do you want to pop on? Send me a PM on IG. Aaron was an awesome dude, man. Like he's got some great cosplay, as you can see right here. Like he's got his Cobra Trooper uniform. He was wearing a Viper uniform all weekend, and yeah, man, he was really cool. Had a lot of fun with Aaron. Super Detonator. What's going on, my friend? How you doing tonight? It's been a while since we've seen Super Detonator. Nolan is in the house. What's going on?
Hey, Nolan.
John Guzman, what's going on? Jay sent me. I'm sure I did, John. I'm sure I did. Chad Stewart's in the house. What's going on, brother? The man collects. How you doing? Highly articulate. JoeFest. Never heard of it. No, but PowerCon. Take another one, guys. Everyone's heard of PowerCon. Philly Jones. What's going on, Philly Jones? Top of the evening, Trevor. Top of the evening to you, my friend. Aaron Hardy's in the house. What's going on, Aaron? Anybody else? Mac Baby. Would you like the next Joe Haslab to be a Rattler? I want a Rattler. Any guesses or wishes? I would love to see a Rattler. Yeah. I would love to see a Rattler. Get that classic rivalry between the Air Striker and the Rattler going. Vertical takeoff and landing. That would be sweet. But I think they should. What do you think, John? I think they should modernize it a bit.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, Toy Cartel. What's going on, brother? I've been sitting around all day since I got home from work, eating or waiting. And think of this, waiting.
I think it's waiting.
Waiting for my Mundo Scared Glow vinyl figure. Hey, people have been getting those. People are getting those Fast and Furious. Another young man who's joining us tonight, who couldn't make it to JoeFest. Hey, I got it right. Who couldn't make it to JoeFest is waiting in the wings here. Guys, please welcome Ostromandus Toys. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Good to see you guys.
We missed you, buddy.
I know.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right, brother. Doing all right. Just having a meeting with a couple of people about a future project coming down the line, and I got the invite a little late, and I was like, "Oh, hey, let me roll right on to the next one."
Absolutely. If you want to join, I'm just sending a note to Wilhelm.
Get my
how are you doing? I was like, what? What's going on in Oz's world?
Well, I'm a little depressed. I missed out hanging out with all you amazing legends over JoeFest weekend, but honestly, I was in contact with so many of you guys. It almost felt like I was there, and my wallet felt like I was there the whole weekend. John was helping me out, get a couple of things. Terrence,
Oh my God, Terrence,
he was helping me as well, and just let's face it, like, you know, I got everything I wanted from JoeFest without actually having to be there. So, I mean, I'm not mad about that. I just missed the experience of hanging out with all you guys. And thank you all again for everybody who helped out. And Adam, thank you to this guy too. I'd completely forgotten about Hagnon. And Terrence sent me a picture. He's like, "Yeah, ship this up to you from Adam too." And I was like, "Oh, yes." So yeah, I see he just popped it in the chat there too. So I really appreciate that, Adam. Thank you, brother.
Adam from Highly Articulated. Delta 17 really does feel good, if not better than Vintage Joe's. Thank you, Adam.
Oh yeah.
The check is in the mail. Nolan
these two
is
guys
in the house.
Delta 17 legends here.
You know what? John has been the Delta 7, the de facto Delta 17 photographer, but
I guess, yeah.
The dude did not like stop. He was an animal this weekend. I was like, John, go enjoy the con. Like you paid to be here. He's like okay, and he stick around. I'm like, this guy's just freaking animal. Thanks, John. We really did appreciate that.
Oh no, it was fun. Actually, the fun thing too is watching throughout the day today was other people's kind of reviews or kind of videos of going to JoeFest. And now all of a sudden I see, oh, there's Jay, there's me, there's me talking to Jay.
Funny, right?
like in the background, it's just like it's like I don't even know what we were talking about. We're just like, you know, in the background of somebody's, you know, video, and as they were talking about, you know, Delta 17 and hyping us up and giving us kudos, and I'm like, what are we saying? What were we saying back there? So I don't know. It was probably like, hey, we're about to, you know, we gotta get some food or something here in a minute. So let's go make a to make a burger run or something like that.
All right, Aaron the Toy Hands is going to be joining us soon, so that's going to be fun.
Nice.
Sending him the link, which is going to be sweet. Willem, I sent you the link on IG. If you are IG chat, if you are able to join us, because we would definitely love to have you here. Ken might join us late. I don't know if he's going to make it, but we'll try. We'll see what happens. I've been watching a few of those myself. You know, for whatever reason, people like to say hi to me. I don't know why that is, but that's always fun. But you know, myself, I like to cut promos with people because always happy to promote small channels, or you know, I don't even consider them to be small channels. I just consider them to be channels. You know what I mean? Like we're all vying for the same viewership, and we should be helping each other, not hurting each other. Damn it,
we're a community. Right. We build each other up.
Like, you know, and we're going to get a little bit to that because actually John, myself, and Ken, we were stuck on a couch supporting one of our own, you know, Shark News. And thankfully, that ended up being a really great thing. Joining us fast and furious right now, hot and heavy, was a surprise guest who showed up out of nowhere, but we're so glad he came. Guys, please welcome to the stage, as always, wonderful friend of the channel, and of course, sculptor extraordinaire, Renders Effects. What's going on, Renders? How you doing tonight?
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing?
There's no need to bow. You are the man. What are you talking
about? No. Always humbled to be on the mighty Retro J channel, man. I appreciate it.
You guys are crazy. I don't know where all this crap comes from. Renders, how's it going in your world? Like, how did you end up in Augusta? Like, what?
I live nowhere close to there.
That's what I'm saying. How the hell did you end up there? Like
I was in DC. I was like, JoeFest.
So you're like up in my neck of the woods, and you're just like, yeah, let me go take this like 8-hour drive.
Yeah, you know, our family, we've got a small legion of Toyota cars, one of which, you know, unfortunately is a Prius, but you know, hey, that's the one you use for travel. So jumped in there and paid probably $15 in gas and got from, you know, Virginia, but got from you know, Virginia area all the way down to the convention there in Georgia, right on that border, right crossing through beautiful South Carolina.
it was like literally. I turn around. He stuck up on me to do the bastard. I turn around and there's this wall just standing in front of me. I'm like, who the hell is this? And I look up. I was like, what the hell? It's Raiders FX. I literally went into like, oh my god mode, and I was so happy to see him,
dude. I was so happy to see you, brother. And when you showed me this beautiful pen that you had worked on, man, you did top notch work. And
hold on, look at that.
This pen that Jay put together there of Katya, and I'm even more proud perhaps of something of this because I got to work with Jay, who, as humble as he is, he was, he's worked on some coins before and he got to design it. I got to sculpt it. And to me, that makes this very important because I got to collaborate with Jay. And he threw this in my hand, whether it was meant for me to keep or not. Jay, I took it and I ran.
He took off with it. No,
I was like zoink.
It was definitely for renders. I would have handed it to him in San Diego, but he decided to show up early. I got you. I got your renders. I got you. Hold on. I got you. I'm gonna pull one of these out because I happen to have them here with me. Renders has the big huge like godlight on him, so it's
oh yeah,
kind of hard to see what he's holding up there. But ladies and gents, the great Renders Effects himself has worked on some amazing things, and it didn't stop there. He worked on this incredible coin. I mean, look at that. That is ridiculous. I mean, that is whoo. Can you guys read that? It says the champions of Nefertiti, right? And down there at the bottom, it says, "In Frank we trust." That is ridiculous. And that, my friends, right there, that is Flipper Frank himself.
I love that. Absolutely love that.
In gold.
But wait, there's more. You have to buy.
You go to the back where it says Flipper and the champions. No, I'll do it right. Flipper and the champions of Nefertiti. There we go.
There you go.
That's the one. That's the James Earl Jones impersonation right there. Look how shiny. I can see my camera. It's literally reflecting itself in the.
That is.
That's my camera, by the way, guys. Just so you know,
you have to buy the whole seat, but you only need the edge with the Flipper coin.
That's right.
That coin has some weight too. I mean, it's pretty hefty.
You
definitely knock a man out with it. For sure.
Yeah.
So, guys, if you are interested in getting this coin, this is actually available in our collector bundle, which is on sale right now at the Flipper, the backer kit. You can get there by going to our Kickstarter and click on buy now or whatever it says on that, and then basically you can choose any bundle you want. It has several illustrations by the man himself, Flipper Frank. No, I mean Mad Hatter.
Mm-hmm.
It comes with this coin and the pin, which Renders just tossed up there. And it also, if you decide to, you can actually pick up some T-shirts for the Champions of Nefertiti or Flip Life, and it's going to be a lot of fun. This thing is it's a 50 millimeter coin, like Renders. This is the John Wick. This is official. This is actually official currency, right? This is official currency of the Champions of Nefertiti. It's massive.
That's right.
This thing's huge.
Like the days of old, Jay, you can plop that coin down right there and in the Champions of Nefertiti, and at any bar in their location, and it'll buy you 2 drinks, a room, you get a horse, you get a saddle, it's all that with just one coin. So definitely worth the investment. But no, what was fun about this is collaborating with you, Jay, and for me, it was just a little side note on this. There's a gent, I wish I could recall his name, but he's very popular in the sculpting community. He was I think he's done a lot of stuff with Diamond Collectibles and has long since been like a comic book sculptor for, collectibles and statues, and transitioned professionally into the U.S. Mint for sculpting coins for, of course, he's done 9/11 commemorative coins. He's done all sorts of beautiful work, and now is officially like the lead engineer sculptor, or I'm not sure what the title would be, for the U.S. Mint. And anyway, that dude was my inspiration for trying to figure out how do you sculpt a coin, and following him and seeing some of his examples, it was I was inspired to at least give it a shot, of course. And when Jay had mentioned that he wanted to make a coin, and Jay made it easy. He had it, he designed everything that made the sculpture part easy, and I just had some creative freedom here and there. But to do the edge was, to sculpt, put it together in a way so that if it, just little goofy things you have to think about, like if with a coin, you want the sculpture part to not jut out so it can sit flat, on either side. And that seems like it would be such an arbitrary thing, but apparently it's not. Like trying to get something that is a relief sculpture that doesn't, stick out so that the coin can sit flat. Anyway, that type of stuff for me was fun to go through, and doing the type of edge that this coin has. It's not been done before in that way. So I thought it was, fun to kind of experiment and do something a little different. But Jay, it was really a pleasure and an honor, dude, to work with you on that. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, in another life, I made coins for a living. That's a bit disingenuous, but no. Truthfully, way back in the day, I was involved in sports marketing, and we made coins for different collectibles. So I've been in the collectible thing for years, right? So yeah, this was just old hat to me. I mean, like this is the 3D relief and stuff like that. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Obviously, working with the renders, it was crazy how quickly it came together, because this is definitely one of those, and it's crazy renders. If you have a quarter, because this is a Canadian quarter, but they're the same size. Mm-hmm. But look at the difference. Look at the difference in size here. This is, if you pick one of these up, this is how much bigger this coin is. So basically, if you have a quarter in your pocket, nobody carries cash around anymore. But if you have a quarter in your pocket, you can literally tell how much bigger this is as a collectible. It's just so much more substantial. It's just absolutely mind boggling. I remember thinking 50 millimeters. I'm like, that sounds pretty good. But then when we actually got it in hand, I was like, geez, what the hell?
It's like, oh no, what have we done?
I know. This really makes you think that it's like a doubloon or something. You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah. You feel like you can buy quite a few fancy things with just one. You know what I mean? Like I want that. I want that mine, or I want that horse. You just plop that down and you're good to go.
In John Wick's world, though, this gets you 2 drinks. Like
that's right.
Well, it'll buy you a gun and a Glock or whatever but it's weird. It's more like access to stuff. Yeah, right. That's what it really is. But imagine you got to pay. Think about this, You got to pay one of these to get into the bar. Right. And then you got to pay this to get a drink. You know what I mean? Like.
And about 4 of these or 6 of these, and a crew will come to your house with a dude named Wolf, and they'll just clean up.
They'll clean everything. No mess. It never happened. It never happened.
That's right.
Someone who wasn't at PowerCon. God. Okay, take a drink again, guys. Everyone take another drink. God damn it.
Oh, that's a lot of tequila, man.
I know. All of us were at PowerCon. There, take another drink, guys. All of us here were actually at PowerCon. You don't have to take the drink for that one. That was on purpose. But someone who wasn't at JoeFest this year, but still, we love to have her on the Mega J Retro Show. She's always a great, wonderful entertainer, and of course has been covering everything that's leading up to San Diego Comic-Con. And as a matter of fact, she wasn't even there, but she was getting better reporting on JoeFest than most of us were actually able to do. It was ridiculous. I don't know how that's possible, but the mistress of writing and incredible sleuthing, because again, magic happens whenever she's around. Because again, here's a fun fact: on my panel, I was using their pictures. I was using their pictures to actually get my panel done. So great, and I gave them credit. I always give credit, and I gave them credit. You can watch By the way, you can watch it. I gave credit. Please help us welcome Toy Sorceress to the channel. What's going on, Toy Sorceress? You're on mute, by the way. You're on mute.
Hey, Mega J. How's it going, guys?
Good.
What's up, Toy
I'm in my
Sorceress?
dining room. I'm working still. I had jury duty all day and catching up on work, but I wanted to pop in and say hi, just hang out for a few minutes. That's why I'm not up in my toy room.
I swear.
Right now.
Every time I hear Judy, I feel like you've been locked in a room for like a week or something like that. It's always one of those.
Kind of
things.
how it feels.
Pretty
It
much,
feels
yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It feels great.
How are you doing, Toy Sorceress? How like other than jury duty? How have things been?
I'm doing good. I'm just tired. I was working till late last night because I was trying to catch up on all the work I missed while being sequestered. I'm just kidding. I wasn't sequestered, but kept away from my day job. And yeah, just trying to catch up and super excited about SDCC coming up. And I wanted to say I was so happy to see all of you, well, you and John and Ken hanging out with the rest of the gang over at JoeFest. I watched Ken's video and it was like so heartwarming to see all of you get to hang out in person. Is there too much of an echo in this room?
No, it's fine.
No, it's
No,
fine.
you're good.
Good. It's good.
There's high ceilings in here, so it's not, the acoustics aren't great. Yeah, but I just love seeing all you guys hang out, and it looked like so much fun. And the vintage toys that were there were incredible. All of the amazing, kind of like smaller toy vendors, independent toy vendors, all of those great products. One that I saw that was super cool was a new one called Delta 17. No, those are you guys are killing it. That was awesome. And Ken sent me a little care package. Yes, Red Okami is on his way. And it's so funny because I sent Ken one little request to find me while he was at JoeFest. I know that guy looks so good. There was by Lone Wolf Toys, we were making this O-ring exclusive Mr. T figure. And I said, Ken, if you see this at JoeFest, pick it up for me. So he did. And so it's on its way and he's going to go in my Mr. T collection. And he looks super cool, complete with his like 80s, striped socks and the whole bit. So I'm excited about that. But it looked like you guys had such a good time.
Yeah. I mean, like, John, how like, it was insane. It was absolutely incredible. Renders, you were only there for a short time, but it was crazy, right?
It was, just being able to see all of the amazing artists and these private or smaller toy makers that were just doing their thing. They're out there. It was a show of force, and everyone was so friendly. One of the highlights for me, of course, was seeing your table there, at the Delta 17 table, and then talking to Corey, Corey Cantalupe. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Cantalupe, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that dude's always been an inspiration to me.
Yeah, that's close. It's fruit related. Yeah, like a melon. Cantalupe. That's cantaloupe in Spanish.
Yeah, and he was just such a humble dude, and being able to kind of pick his brain a little bit about.
This is great.
Yeah, about ZBrush, and we were able to talk a little bit about. I was just asking about what about this, what about that, and we know what the industry sort of did at one point, and it just said there were a lot of sculptors that were really pulling for Corey, and then he found that the amazing team that he's with now, and but just being able to talk to someone at that caliber. I mean, I've got there, I'm a huge Mythic Legions. I mean, I have to carry a Barbarian kit wherever I go with Mythic Legions, so I'm kind of one of those guys. And then,
but outside the Noble Bear,
yeah, that's right. And outside of that, it's for me, Classifieds, Action Force, and MOTU all day long. And so that dude made one of the most important figures in the last 5 years to me, which was the Viper Island Cobra Trooper. That sort of was that annoying Target exclusive that was so hard to get. But if you got your paws on it, it was just an amazing figure. The design top to bottom, and Corey just killed it, man. So just to be able to shake his hand like 16 times, I think I was probably freaking him out a little bit. But just being able to pick people's brains. Derek on the AWOC side, and that guy is so amazing and humble, and just was like just got to hang out. He's introducing me to other people that I was just excited. Got to talk to Pixel Dan for a bit, and that I'm sure he's heard this a zillion times, but just the fact that like I used
Super
to,
nice guy.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
I talked to him at the PowerCon 2021. He's such a nice guy.
such a nice dude, and it turns out a buddy of mine, I guess, knows him quite well, and so we were kind of able to hang out and geek out a little bit, but just like and I told P Danny there in person, is like, dude, the Castle Grayskull, the classics Castle Grayskull, I wouldn't open it until I was able to sit down and watch your video, and I would open it with that, and that was a big deal back in the day for me. And anyway, I can go on and on, but I just got to spend that Sunday there, but it was, when it came back, I told my family, I was like, that was a drive. And I waffled on whether or not I was going to be able to get down there. But, sweet Lord, I'm glad I did. Just meeting everybody, shaking hands. I came back like so pumped and full of energy and was inspired. Man, it's just one of those things that, I almost didn't do it. And it was a bit of a grueling drive. It was about 14 hours round trip, but I did it. And I'm so happy I did. I came back just on kind of cloud nine, I guess, fully energized after meeting all these people.
Absolutely.
I'm sure.
Another wonderful toy tuber who was there and had a great time with us. He's joining us right now. Aaron, the toy hamster, guys. What's going
up,
on,
everyone?
Hey, what's up, man?
It's only a 3-hour trip for me, so after 3 o'clock, I was home.
Oh my gosh, so great! And I got a story to tell
I'm going to
everybody.
hop off in a sec, but I also wanted to thank. Hold on, this way, Oz, who jumped in last week. I think it was Thursday or Friday. I lost count.
Friday. It was Friday.
It was Friday, and so right before we went on the air, because we were going to talk about Snake Lair. Oz was super excited. The news broke of the production or samples, the prototypes of the O-Ring Super 7 G.I. Joe figures. And so I was literally typing up the articles right before we went on the air and finishing one as Oz helped fill in the gaps. And it's like, that's how the sausage is made. And we published it as we were on our live stream. So it was a lot of fun. So thank you for filling in, Oz. I'm going to let you all hang out because 6 is a crowd. But I just wanted to pop in and say hi. And good to see
6
you,
is a
everybody.
crowd? Come on. 10 on a clubhouse. You're good.
I haven't even hung out with my husband all night. I literally got home like late from jury duty. I've been trying to catch up on work, and I still have some more emails to get out. Plus, I just put out an article. By the way, check it out. Do you guys remember Thrilla Gorilla from TNC Surf Design from the 80s?
Yes.
I remember.
Yes.
They're doing an SDCC reaction figure exclusive from Super 7. Super stoked about it. And I loved the TNC Surf Design line from the 80s and the whole Thrilla crew. So it's a really cool surfboard designed card back with the gorilla. He's got his pink painter's cap on and a surfboard. It looks really cute and it's totally nostalgic. It's really awesome that they're doing that. And I hope they do the little wave warrior, the tiki guys with little surfboard faces. Super awesome. But I just put that out. So check it out on toyhabits.com. Jay, thanks for having me. Good to see you all. Hey, Frankie. Good to see you too. But I'm going to let you guys go. I just wanted to pop in and say hello.
All right. Toy Sorceress, if you just want to give a quick shout out how people can reach you, and you already talked about that latest article, but how can people reach you, and what else are you working on?
So you can reach me and Michael at our Instagram at Toy Habits website, or check out www.toyhabits.com, or check us out on YouTube. Toy Habits is our channel, and I also have an Instagram page, Toy Sorceress. So you can DM us if you'd like to chat, or just check out what we have posted, because we're always posting new articles every day on the website, because we always try and stay on top of all of the latest toy news while we juggle our full-time jobs. So it's a lot of fun. Or sometimes we're hanging out and popping into friends' live streams, just like Mega J's, which thank you so much for having me, Mega J.
Magic J, what are we doing here? Are we doing the full Monty? What's
Oh, by the way, I love how you were Ken's Uber.
What the hell? I know, right?
That video was hilarious. He's like, I called an Uber driver and this guy showed up, and he points to you. It was great. Just priceless.
That man just dragged me all around Augusta. It was ridiculous. Actually, you know
you
what?
guys look like you had a blast.
John,
You really did.
I dragged John all around Augusta. Actually, that's what
Yeah,
actually
and then
happened.
we hung out with you, Ken, and John Thursday night, right? When we were doing the whole thing.
Thursday,
for
yep.
Artist Shark. So it's been fun. I'll give you guys all a virtual hug, high fives all the way
Well,
around.
you know what? Toys R Us, I will be seeing you in San Diego very soon, right? So
You're
that'll be
going.
fun.
You're going.
I
Oh my
am.
god! I'm so
I
excited.
booked the freaking ticket, man, because
Did you?
really quickly before
Nice.
Toys R Us leaves, Flipboard has a panel at San Diego Comic-Con. We are very excited.
That's
and
awesome.
yeah, and you know
Congrats.
what? If it's not too much trouble, we might actually invite you and Michael to join us on the panel. I hope you guys,
Absolutely.
because we actually might have some room, and we would love to get your reaction to the prototypes, maybe. You know, some really cool stuff, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Guys, the Toys R Us, check them out on toyhabits.com. Wonderful resource for toy news all year round. Give them a like and a follow. Tell them Jay sent you. Thank you, Toys R Us. Have a wonderful
Oh,
weekend.
you're welcome. And we will be at San Diego starting from preview night all the way through the weekend. So I'm going to get to actually give you a big hug in person.
Yay!
Jay. Can't wait.
I'm so excited. All right, Toys R Us, have a good weekend, and don't stress on jury duty.
I really
You
do.
shall make the right decision. We're pretty sure.
Oh, I know. I have to get my work done too, so it's been hard.
Have a good weekend,
All right,
Toys R Us.
guys.
We'll see you soon. Okay.
Bye.
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 That was great to see the Toy Sorceress. I will be hanging out with her at San Diego Comic-Con 2024.
Nice.
For some reason, I don't get that wrong, but I get PowerCon. No, I'm just kidding. I get JoeFest. By the way, everybody take another drink. I take I take JoeFest all the time. So yeah, there we go. Take a swig. John's not drinking today.
I'm gonna run out of coffee, Jay.
All right.
Woo! We got some electrolytes. We got some electrolytes going with the toy sensor. A lot of people in the chat. Thank you guys for being here tonight. 1dar10, love that name. Always.
That's a cool name.
Yeah, that's a nice
I've
one.
not seen 1dar10 in a chat for quite some time, and I'm not even sure if it's the same 1dar10.
It is 1dar10. There's only one 1dar10. And of course, he has just the right thing to say. You can bruise a stripper in Canada if you toss that coin. Well, holy crap, dude.
Yeah.
The
I
fact
got
you-
the pleasure of holding it. It was
Yeah.
quite.
Go ahead, Aaron. Talk.
Yes. I'm all reversed.
There we go.
Yeah, that is awesome, man. I got to see that at JoeFest, and it was quite the surprise and just a delight to hold. And it is heavy. You thump that on someone's head, and they're out. They're going out.
Yep.
It is a beautiful thing. But yeah, 1dar10, man. If you're throwing coin at strippers, man, I mean that is a cheap date if I've ever heard one. Dear God. Toy Sorceress, Randall Gozig is in the house. Tom, the coin is an accessory to the Flipboard after party with Mega J Retro and Mad Hatter. Thank you, Randall. We hope to see you there. Tom Lorenz, expensive to go to SDCC, PowerCon, BlizzCon, or any con from Germany. Oh my gosh. Sorry to hear that, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? One day, it is my hope one day to definitely visit Germany for it just passed Los Amos.
Yes, the MOTU convention.
Yeah, Los Amos Amigos or something like that. I don't know why it's got a Spanish name, but that is awesome. I saw some of the clips. I am so jealous of you guys, especially since what's his name?
Axel?
God. Yeah, Axel Jimenez was actually there this year. And that was huge. So
he goes every year.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, he always travels to Germany for that con. And this year they had that was it the weapons pack for Fangor and Reptilax, so the more accurate depiction of their weaponry.
So good.
Man, such a good pack, and that's like one. It's like I need to get my hands on, especially since both of those are available in Origins now.
Yeah. Another wonderful member of the community who was definitely at PowerCon and of course JoeFest. Andrew Davis, a good friend of the channel.
I haven't gotten a confirmation of this. Did Andrew put Ken through a table? Because he's only been threatening
yes,
since
he did.
PowerCon.
We didn't catch it on film, but he did actually. He was doing guard duty, and Ken got too close to the door, and Ken went through that door. It was an amazing scene. And Andrew now holds the belt, so it is.
Oh,
Andrew
man.
to hold and cherish.
Hard earned, but well deserved.
Absolutely. Ricky Barker, Jay, did you did a better introduction to Toy Story as the most late night talk shows?
Nice.
You know what? I had to I stalled for time, so I had 2 intros in my panel. Most of you guys here only saw the first intro. I actually did 2 of them because I would like fun fact. I don't know if you guys didn't see this behind the scenes, but John did. We got kicked out of our panel. It was the funniest thing ever. I think Aaron might have seen it happen, but yeah, we got kicked out of. Aaron, if you couldn't actually find us, that's what happened.
That's probably what happened because we were peeking in through doors, trying to find out where to go, and we didn't see you at one point. How'd that happen?
Yeah, see, they double booked the room somehow,
Yep.
and the people who were there took over, and we were like, all right, whatever, man, we'll take whoever's here and we'll go to another room, right?
Wow.
So we just invaded another room. It didn't even have audio, it didn't have anything, but we just did the panel there impromptu, right? And it's kind of sad because nobody knew where this room was, so. You know, we and how, like, was it packed in the other room when you peeked in there? Like, was
yeah.
Okay.
There was I think it was just people shuffling around from the confusion, but there's so many people in these rooms. I mean, even when Ken went on with a punk with toys, it was just packed. I mean,
yeah. We unfortunately didn't have as many people, but it was still a lot of fun at the end of the day, and that's really what it's all about. Chef Amity is in the house. What's going on, Chef? How you doing tonight? Renegade Biker, always good to see you. Wolverine Ortiz, we saw Will at the show. He was awesome. Hey, Mega J, great meeting you and everyone else at JoeFest. Thanks for the sneak peek. The coin looks great and will look nice next to my Sergeant Slaughter Cobra Clutch Club coin from JoeFest. It was great seeing you there, Will. Will, of course, was there. The only person to be trading Master of the Universe crap at JoeFest. It was great.
That's
I
awesome.
loved it. He had the Mysteries of Grayskull there. He had so much great stuff. It was awesome to see Will there. And of course, Will was actually helping us at the panel, holding the second camera up. Must have been tiring, but Will, thank you, brother. Really appreciated you taking the time to give us a hand. It was great. Justin Booth, good to see you, brother. How you doing tonight? Clint Jorgensen's in the house. Sorry, just logging on. We had our town's Chalk Art Festival. That sounds fun.
That's cool.
Sounds really fun.
That sounds amazing.
The legend himself, Sculpt Viber Tommy, is in the house. Jay, what day is your panel?
It's Tommy.
Good to see you, Tommy.
Love
I hope to
Tommy.
meet you. If what you're saying is what I'm thinking you're saying, I hope to meet you there. And Renders will fall over once he meets you.
Tommy's the man. Oh, and I just got the Mondo Scare Glow, and it's like right outside that door. And it
Nice.
Why you gotta tease me like that?
Oh, dude, it's inspiring, man. And so the folks at Mondo, Tommy, man, they're just slaying it. They're setting the bar so high. So, and such an awesome community there. Like I always say, if anybody here is a collector, if you've ever been interested or fascinated with toy design, or just like, how do you do it? What do you do? Man, I can't, I've been a part of other communities and I've never seen the type of camaraderie that I've seen in the toy community. It's been awesome. So Tommy sets that bar very high, and well deserved though, man. He's killing it.
And for those of you who are still not aware, Tommy Hodges is actually a sculptor for Mondo, and he's done amazing work with Batman the Animated Series. He's also done work with Master Universe, of course. We love the Tila that he's about to ship out.
Shipping soon.
Tila's about to ship out.
Got my notification
about that, and I am super excited because Tommy's asking, "What day's your panel?" Okay, so you didn't hear this from me because I'm not supposed to talk about it yet, but I can confirm it's on Thursday. That's all I can say right now. Thursday evening. I'll go ahead and say it that way too. The schedule is going to be dropped any day now, so keep your eyes out on it. But just to give you guys a heads up, it's on Thursday. All right, so we're not supposed to talk about it. It's weird. It's weird. Like, they say don't talk about it until the panel is actually confirmed. It's like maybe they're still shuffling things around. I don't know. But as far as I know, it's on Thursday evening. That's how it is. Oh, Tommy, what are you talking about? This guy's too humble. This guy's too much. Yeah. So you're figuring out which day to go. Oh crap. Yeah. So Tommy, if we would love to meet you, brother. So if send me a PM, Tommy. I will tell you the exact time. As I know what time it is, I'm just not allowed to talk about it. But I can. I will say that it's Thursday. Okay, Thursday evening. I'll put it that way. So everybody here already knows too much. But anyway, it's all good. It's all good. Wolverine,
I know nothing.
I'm looking forward to next year, possibly JoeFest or PowerCon. Yes, I would love to see you again. Will, you were awesome, brother. Let's move on. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, woo-hoo! We're gonna see Tommy renders.
Nice.
We're gonna meet Tommy, the man himself. We're gonna meet him. This is gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. Ashman 55. Am I correct that there's no Masterverse SDCC exclusive? They have not announced one though.
Yeah,
not that I've seen announced.
Yeah,
it's just been the cartoon collection. Too bad for right now.
Yeah, they have an Origins one, as far as we know. Aaron, tell us about your PowerCon experience. I saw your live with
PowerCon. That was PowerCon.
Again, everybody take a drink.
Oh man,
I'm running out of coffee, Jay. Calm it down, sir.
I'm gonna feel this tomorrow, guys.
Wow, I think Lawrence, said it best when he said it was definitely like the top-notch adult vacation, and honestly, it wasn't too expensive. You can get I got my room and my tickets for $300, and that was it. We didn't even leave the hotel the whole time. We ate there. They had wonderful food. Super polite. I mean, you could tell like the vibe just rolling through the atmosphere in there. You could just suck it in like a sponge. It was truly amazing. And I got to pick out some new lines to add to my toy collection, which I want to do in person. And that's a great place to do it at these cons, because you can meet these people that make these toys. They put in all the hard work. They're gonna take the time out to explain. Super friendly, like Adam from AWOC. I mean, just unbelievable people. And man, were there some good toy lines out, including the. I never thought I would go back to 3 3/4, but man, did this
never say never.
It changed me, and I had to get my hands on it as soon as I seen it, and it was because Ken let me actually hold them and play with them, and I was like, oh my goodness. And that was another cool part. You at a lot of these booths, you could go up and touch the toys. Even at Ramen Toys, you could actually go and touch it, and they were super friendly.
It was incredible, and it was great. It was great meeting you there, Aaron, and so many other great.
I was starstruck when I met you, because I just been watching you for so long, and a big huge fan, and I was like, oh my goodness, Mega J. Like it was awesome.
You're too kind. B, what the hell are you talking about? Like, seriously, I've never understood. I talk to John about this all the time. I'm just a dude, man. We're just all dudes. We're just having fun, man. And thank you for that. But really, guys,
I mean it. I mean, like it. That's another thing I want to say. It was kind of like you were in like a movie at this hotel, and seeing all these famous people we've been watching for so long, and I was starstruck every corner I turned.
Last year at PowerCon, I made it a point that every selfie that I took with somebody, I was the excited party. Like, no matter how much excited that person was, I was the excited party to be in the photo with that person. Because as big as it may feel for you to meet me, you're distracting me all kinds of crazy. I'm starting to cut glass over here looking at that that sexy scared glow.
That's
But yeah, just all around, like, that's how I feel. Like, meeting everybody else is really the bigger deal to me than anything else that I'm going to see at a convention.
yeah.
Because I mean, we talk to each other every week, if not more, like between group chats and getting online and on panels like this, we talk to each other all the time. But being able to meet somebody face to face and spend that like in-person interaction with them. I mean, last year at PowerCon, because I didn't get the JoeFest this year, so I don't have any experience to talk about from this weekend, but meeting John and Jay for the first time last year at PowerCon, it was just like, these guys I've been talking to for months and hanging out with in the chats and everything. And now it's like, now we can actually, we all went out to go eat dinner and, just have a good time hanging out with each other. John and I explored like pretty much 90% of Columbus, Ohio, walking around looking for a place to eat on the first night. Man, that was crazy. And then we found a concert. Like, we just stumbled into a concert.
Yep.
Walked right into it like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean that's the cool thing about the memories, Oz. I know, I mean, from JoeFest, I mean, I still have the story of me and Jay waiting like an hour outside the hotel waiting for our pizza to arrive. So that's how it's gonna be.
Oh my god, what the hell happened there?
I mean, so the Domino is like 2 minutes away, right? I drive 2 minutes, 2 minute drive. I'm mapping it. It's like we could just walk over there and pick up our pizza, but we decided to just stay at the hotel. And so we're just out there. Of course, there's tons of people still, even in the, in the entrance of the hotel. So it's like we're out there, like, well, we want to make sure, and not that anybody would, but just in case, we don't want anybody to kind of just say, oh yeah, I'm John, yeah, that's my pizza, and just walk because we're starving. We really hadn't ate nothing that night, so yeah, I ordered a couple of pizzas for us to enjoy, but I was like, I told Jay, or Jay's like, hey, did you order it? Or did you, is it coming? Like, yeah, I think, yeah, it's saying like 15 minutes. And now it's like, now it's showing 20 minutes, now 30, 40. We're up to an hour. It's like, what is going on? So
everybody else in the hotel ordered pizza at the same time.
Actually, that's what happened. That is what happened. We were out there waiting, and there was another two other gentlemen that came out, and they were upset. They're like, man, where's this? Are you waiting for pizza too? Like, yeah, we ordered from Domino's. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's like, I mean, so literally the driver pulled up right when we were talking, and then yeah, he came out with like 6 pizzas or something like that. Like the R2, and then another one for the two men that were waiting with us, and then another one that he was calling, hey, so who's so and so? So yeah, it's fun. It's fun experiences like that. And like I told Jay, like, I mean, it's so cool. It's like, oh my god, I'm riding with Mega J to go get coffee at Dunkin' Donuts. It's like, I mean, how surreal is that? I watch this guy all the time, and here I am in his rental. We're going to go get coffee, and I'm educating him about Zaxby's and Raising Cane's, because he had no
They don't got no Raising Cane's up there.
You don't have, yeah,
I know.
it's awesome.
He had no clue. I said Zaxby's. Like, what is that? What are you talking about?
I was sitting. It was like he was speaking another language. He like we were at, where were we, John? We were at Dunkin' Donuts. Okay,
Dunkin' Donuts.
The guys, picture this: we're at Dunkin' Donuts. He points to the sign. He points to this freaking sign, and he goes, "Oh, Zaxby's." I'm like, and then he goes, but before I can say anything, he goes, "Zaxby's. Oh, that's cool. That's like Raising Cane's." my brain stopped working. I was like,
what?
What are you talking about? What are you saying? Like, this is like, it's like the language barrier. It came up. I was like, did you just speak into the language? Like, Zaxby's, it's like Raising Cane. I'm like, are we going through the Bible now? Like, what are we talking about here? It's like Lazarus coming up from the freaking dead. Like, what are we talking about? Like,
not all chicken is equal. Just gonna put that out there. Not all chicken is equal.
Okay. Now here's the other thing about that. How the hell does Adam know any of that? Because like he's from freaking Vancouver. Like, Adam, do you know what the heck Zaxby's is? Do you even know what Raising Cane? Literally, I was. Any
of you guys come through Maryland, go to a Royal Farms. It's a convenience store, and get their chicken, and get their Western fries with the cheese, and you're gonna look like most of the crack addicts we have down in Baltimore City because you're gonna want more. You're gonna be fiending for it. I can see Renders already knows. He's grinning. He's been to Aurora Farms before. He knows.
Oh yeah.
You got to charge him up though. You got to, I see what you're doing. You're fiddling around with the scare glow, but you got to charge him up.
He comes like this out of the box, guys. I mean, you open the package.
Nice.
Seriously, you open that box, and he's activated. I don't know if you can shoot.
Oh yeah, you can see
this is the figure that almost made me dive into.
I'm getting buried with this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, this is the one that really made me want to dive into Mondo. I mean, we all know I have a fascination or almost a fetish for scare glow as it is, because it's glow in the dark and it's a skeleton. It's everything that I love in a figure.
Yeah.
And
picked up the Masterverse last week. So.
That retro one there, like, the retro style body, translucent with the skeleton inside that can glow in the dark. It just hits every cylinder. You got translucent plastic, you got glow in the dark, and it's a skeleton all in one package, and it's huge. Just friggin' huge. It's one of the best toys ever made.
So nice.
It is so great. I'm making my business to know everything. Yeah, I'm sure you do, Adam. Jeez Louise.
He does.
He does. Yep.
He's a freaking encyclopedia. I remember having a debate with him is tough because he's actually got it all up here and he's like, talking about facts and things. I'm like, God, you know too much, you freaking bookworm, man. Like, seriously, it's like, come on. I just got the Origin Scare Glow. It's my 2-year-olds right now. Nightlight. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and that's got some glow to it, buddy.
That is awesome. We got to take a couple comments here. Jabbar Robbins. Am I the only one in this chat who's never been to not even one convention in my life? Probably. No, I'm just kidding. No, man.
I'm sure there's more people in the chat who haven't been, but if you ever get a chance to, you really should, just to experience one, and especially if it's one where you're going to be meeting a lot of people that you know.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I've got social anxiety, big time. I do not like massive groups of people, but you put me in a convention with all similar like-minded individuals like this, and it eases that so much. It just really, really relaxes that tension, that anxiety. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still get it. That's why I did the Clark Kent disguise PowerCon. I put a hat over top of the bandana and nobody recognized me, so I could shut that down.
You were right behind me, and I didn't even know. I think we were both in the line at picking up our Mythic Legions. I think you were like 2 folks down from me, and I didn't recognize because of the hat, man. It threw me off.
It does. You don't see the signature bandana, and it just, if it's not a bandana or a beanie, people just don't recognize me. I look like just another, white bald guy with glasses and a beard, and I blend in so well in any crowd. It's perfect. But, that ability to just be able to, again, meet so many of you guys, because, all we see in the chat is whatever you guys toss up in there. We see a little avatar image. And if you're going to introduce yourself to any of us at these cons, my biggest tip, please tell us what your screen name is, your YouTube handle. Because if you come up and you say my name's Paul, but all I ever know you as is, see, Sculpt Viper Tommy's a bad example, but like with Adam, if I didn't know Adam's name and he was just highly articulated and he came up and said, "Hi, I'm Adam," I'd be like, "Hi, that's great," kind of thing. You gotta let us know. Let us know that YouTube handle, because that's the easiest way for any of us to recognize who you are.
That always happens to me. Like I'll be doing whatever. I'll be walking. Or I'll be standing at, like in this case, it was funny because everyone came to the table, and I'll be standing there and somebody says Jay. I'm like, hey, what's going on, dude? And it's like I'm Will. I'm like, Will. Oh, cool. Nice to meet you. And we'll have that moment, and then it's like, oh, I'm Wolverine Ortiz. And I'm like, oh, Wolverine. Okay,
right.
Dude, good to meet you. Right. Well, and then that's
Charlie 5.5 did that. We were at the lobby at the after party for PowerCon. He comes up, he goes, "Oh man, I love watching you guys, and I love seeing your work." And I'm Charlie. I'm like, Charlie, and mind you, again, it's in his name. But then he goes, Charlie 5.5, and I was like, Charlie, like blown up. It's like, I didn't even know you were watching my stuff. I follow your page all the time. Like, I'm always loving your work,
We saw Charlie at we saw Charlie at I'm gonna get this wrong again. We saw Charlie at JoeFest.
I didn't even realize he was going, so I missed out on seeing him again for a bit.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
gotta have
no,
him
it's-
come on the clubhouse
He's
sometime. I
awesome.
mean, of course, you guys all know you're always invited to clubhouse. It's open.
It's always we would love to do. We always love being.
Oh,
on,
Megan.
on
Oh,
the-
Jay, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry
Yeah,
for
what's up?
interrupting. I got to take off. I got to go pick up the kiddo there, my 22-year-old kiddo who needs the designated driver. So I'm going to go pick her up. And but just want to say thank you for the invite. It's always a pleasure talking with you, gentlemen.
All right, absolutely. Renders. Before you go, let people know how they can reach you and what you're working on right now, my friend.
Sure. Well, right now, easiest way right now is renderseffects.com, which just points you right to my Instagram page, which I need to start updating on a more regular basis. But what I'm working on, and I need to actually bounce this with Oz to see what he thinks. I'm preparing for well, there's some other figures here for Hatter Toys that are being developed, and then in between that, I'm also trying to work on some collectibles that I think might be kind of fun at Legion's Con, which I'm very passionate about. That's such an awesome show. And just as Oz was saying, if you are in that Jersey area on the East Coast, or even if you are willing to fly out there, man, that's such an amazing show. If you're into Mythic Legions, it's a passionate crew. Everyone's super nice. You don't have to be an expert in anything. Just be there and shake some hands and you'll have a good time. But developing these kind of masks and collectibles for that show. So
Nice.
we'll see where that goes. So every mask that's sold, every helmet or mask that I sell will come with this stand. And I'm hoping it'll be fun. This one has sort of a Mad Max kind of theme thing going on there. But you know,
I'm in love with it already.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you. I think it'll be fun. We'll have a lot of variations. We'll have some skulls with articulated jaws and just some fun stuff, you know, that just trying to make it reasonably priced for people that and I'm only going to do them at the show. The outside of that, just sculpting more toys, guys. And again, it's been an honor and a privilege to talk with you guys. And I'll just keep going here. Oh, I wanted to show this. Of course, that Scare Glow is a big deal to me because this is my favorite toy of all time. This is my childhood Sierra Glow that
Nice.
yeah, he's complete. And I mean, this is the one that I got as a kiddo, and it just sort of paved a dark path for me moving forward. So this thing is you know, if the house burns, I'm grabbing the pets, the family, and this guy. So that's what's going down. So
knock on wood there, buddy. Knock on wood.
that's right.
Granders, thank you for being here tonight, brother. It was awesome to see you once again at JoeFest 2024. And of course at PowerCon last year. Hope to see you again at PowerCon next year. And of course, we will see you at San Diego Comic-Con 2024. Guys,
Nice.
you have to meet Renders Effects at San Diego Comic-Con. If you are going to San Diego Comic-Con, we are going to be on a panel for Flipboard. And we got some exciting stuff, Renders. Brand new figures, maybe. I can't confirm or deny the rumors that new figures are coming. But Renders has been working hard on something. And, you know, evil. Evil. It's a very evil thing. And we love it. We love it, Renders. Dude, don't forget, tell me who your partner is. I need that as soon as I can. But Renders, thanks again. Really love it, and take care of the kid. We'll see you there. Okay, brother.
All right, guys. Have a good one, fellas. Wish I could stay more, but it's always amazing to talk with you guys. Have a good one.
100%.
See you, buddy.
Take care, man.
Yep. Always great to see Renders Effects in the house. He's always been an amazing part of the team at the Flipboard team. Too bad. Like I'm going to show some stuff later for you guys to see really quickly afterwards. But let's take a couple more questions, guys. Let's
do it.
here. Kenzo's Creations. Good to see Kenzo. Worked retail and prison. What? The last umpteenth years. Never got a 4th of July off unless it was fell on my day off. I was wondering where you were going with that, Kenzo. Like that kind of went in two different directions there.
We were talking about
Right.
the cons earlier. I just wanted to point out, we talk about all these big major cons, but there's a lot of smaller cons that almost go on everywhere. I know down in Florida, there's a mega con down there, and that thing is huge. But there's like all sorts of little cons. Like here in Georgia, we have like a good 4. We have, of course, JoeFest, Dragon Con. That's an
Dragon
awesome
Con's a really big one.
Toys and cosplay. We have Joe Lanta coming up. So we have Joe Lanta and then Toy Lanta. So that's 4 great cons in Georgia, and plus a few other small comic cons. So always look around in your community and try to find one, and I guarantee you'll have a blast.
I've heard a lot of great things about Dragon Con, and of course those other cons. Everyone's telling us that Joe Lanta and what was the other one that you just mentioned, Aaron?
Toy Lanta and Joe Lanta.
They're the same company, right?
I'm not sure. I believe they're in different places. They might be. I think it was a way to get like just 2 in 1 year. All
right. I've heard both are very, very good, and it would be interesting to see. If again, it's not easy to go down anywhere, but and like I said, I nearly got stuck in Charlotte, so that was kind of weird. I'll talk a little bit about that later, but yeah, I had a great time at one of the smaller cons, and really, it's not that small. Like it's a decent sized con. Like I've seen way smaller, right? So
getting bigger and bigger each year. Really, just fan base. It's just been.
The thing is, I don't think Ed's going to want to grow yet, or at least leave Augusta. He really is pretty much set on his ways there. You know what? You never know. The future is always moving, right? So it's going to be interesting. Aaron Hardy, never been one, only TFCon Toronto, and will be my first convention ever. Wow, that's crazy, Aaron. That would be a lot of fun. TFCon is definitely, of course, if you're into Transformers and giant box, that is the place to be. Chad Stewart, got my notification yesterday. My Mondo Tila was shipped out. I'm so excited, guys. Tila,
nice.
Self for Tommy, of course. Huge thanks to Tommy for making that happen. TF Thruster is in the house. What's going on, my friend? Firefly. Hi, Jay. It was good to meet you. I talked to you about the Classics Grayskull you found at the downstairs table. How did that work out? Did you find a way to get it home? Yeah, brother. It was great to see you at the bar. It's always great to see and talk to people. Again, John and I were down there every night. It was a blast to be and see all you guys. No, I did not find a way to get that home, and John's always never gonna let me get that down. But I am working with the guy, so who knows? The future might bring some.
This might tie into something that Ed told me to ask you about buying the castle.
Who's Ed? Which Ed?
Okay, when I say Ed, I mean Action Figs Ed.
He was down there with us when we were.
No. I know who it is now, because you just throw out an Ed. You're like talking about 60 people we met that weekend. I mean,
you see, I talk about Ed all the time. I talk with Ed all the time. So to me, it's just Ed.
Okay. Because the owner of Power of there we go again.
It's true.
That's true.
Yeah. The owner of JoeFest is named Ed. So I'm like, wait a second, you talked to Ed about the castle? I was like, what's going on here? So yes, it is about that. Ed, that is what I'm talking about right now. But yes, we will. Again, I'm working on it. I'm working on.
I want to hear the story.
Yeah, I'm working on something with Sean, the owner of the castle in question. So yeah, things are in the works right now, but I need to help them out because they got a project going, and I would really like to help them get that project off the ground. So we are looking into that. Highly articulated. Weren't you guys drinking on the floor, or was it just me? We were not drinking on the floor. We were drinking on tables. None of us
started on the tables.
That was
no matter what you do, Ken does not pass out. It's a weird thing. He just stays. He's like able to weather the storm. I don't know.
There was people actually giving us beers at one point. John, I know you were at the table, and they were walking by and just handing us beers on the way out. So at one point,
I saw that.
Drinks. We were just drinking whatever people handed to us.
Pretty much, yeah.
John, where's that picture, man? That picture tells 1,000 words. I mean, like, I woke up the next day and John's like, I almost didn't get to sleep. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, they just kept shoving us beers, and it's my favorite ale, and I couldn't say no.
Tony Stiggs was at the table. Yeah, it was a good time.
It was
yeah,
good
real
times,
good
man.
time.
You know, that's another thing. Like everyone was so friendly. The community.
Mhm.
It was the community that really made JoeFest. Hey, you got it right this time. Russ 8075 met you at JoeFest. We took a photo together. I was happy to meet you in person, brother. I am so happy to meet all you guys. Like it was such a blast. And it's weird too because once again, everybody's so gracious, right? But you all come up and it's like Mega J. I'm like, hey dude, what's going on? Like, and you know, sometimes I have to ask you guys. You want to take a selfie? You guys forget. You know, you guys actually forget to take a selfie, right? Because again, it's like it's not that it's not you know anything that it's me saying, hey, you know, this is cool. We should take a selfie together. So don't be shy. You know, I'm just all of us are just dudes. Like when you meet so there were so many YouTubers there. When you meet Lawrence, when you meet you know what's it called Terrence, when you meet Ken, when you meet Aaron here, you know, we're all just dudes, man. We're just here to have fun, and that's you know, don't feel like don't feel standoffish. You know, just come up to us and talk to us. It's all good. Like we're not going to bite unless you ask me to. I mean, like you know, that's the way we are. We just don't want to have fun. So some dude named Aaron the Toy Hunter says AWOC was lit. Picked up a few. Awesome stuff.
Don't forget about JB too, man. JB,
yeah, JB Sandtron, man. That he freaking kept feeding us Buc-ee's. I was like, Buc-ee's?
Yeah.
I heard of this place. I heard of this mythical place, Buc-ee. Hey, Buc-ee was there.
Yes,
he dressed
he
up
did make an appearance.
Yeah, he did.
I was like, dude,
I want to
take a
shout
picture
out
of you.
to Pop Blender. That's Pop Blender.
Yeah.
Down or 3-star draws cousin, and
Yeah.
He was
Yeah,
awesome.
I literally was like, dude, and I whipped up my phone. I was like, I gotta take a picture. He's like, yeah, man. I'm like, it was really fun seeing that dude. He was awesome. Like he had this huge Buc-ee's outfit. I was like, oh my god, Buc-ee showed up. It was crazy. Willem says, yeah, thanks guys. I have to go to bed. Work in the morning. I'll be checking the replay. I have to work. Willem, it was really great to meet you, brother. And we will see you.
To meet you up there. I finally
Yeah.
got him in person, and that was definitely another person that I had to meet. It was awesome.
It was crazy. Like again, all these wonderful toy tubers, wonderful camaraderie. David Hugan, I got that Century exclusive. Thank you, brother. That Century exclusive is sick, right? Like just beautiful. Firefly, yeah. Again, dude, I think I read this message already. Yeah, we are talking about the Gray Skull, so I'm trying my best. We'll see what happens. Tom Lorenz. From Bavaria. Nice. Good to see you, brother. Always great to see people from different countries. Thank you, Tom. Will, again. Yeah, great to see you in person, brother. Again, Will helped out at the panel. It was so much fun seeing him there. And again, the only man who brought MOTU stuff to a G.I. Joe convention, other than that, Dan Castle. So it was a lot of fun to see him there. Renegade Biker 24. Jade, you did. I read these already. Yeah, thank you, brother. Appreciate that. This is fun. Adam, I didn't leave the hotel Friday morning to Sunday afternoon. I actually forgot how hot it was outside. Everything was at the hotel. Like it was a one huge convention center. Haven't done that in years. It was crazy. Just waking up in the morning, just heading downstairs. It was insane.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of walking, though. I'll say that much. It was
it was
a hell of a lot of walking. Wolverine Ortiz. Oh man, the Rama booth were sick. Ace and his crew were so awesome. The tank and Alpha Bread Van were amazing. Can't wait to pre-order. Man, Ramen is killing it, guys. Ramen is absolutely murdering it. How do you articulate it? I just got the Origin Scarecrow. It's my 2-year-old's nightlight right now. I did read that one. Sculptor Tommy, same. Not good with crowds, but to be surrounded by a bunch of people who I think and play. Who think and play like you is a pretty unique experience. I mean, you know what, Tommy? If you ever get a chance, JoeFest is freaking incredible. Like seriously, you should definitely, in my opinion, anyway, you should definitely 100% come. To JoeFest.
Put it on the bucket list for sure.
Absolutely. Ashman 55 went to BotCon in Chicago years ago. My problem is as a small major isolationist with a personality that people have a hard time tolerating. It's all right, brother. You know, again, not all of us are people. And even just saying, "Hey, what's up?" is enough. And then you go do what you do, man. Like it's all good. Like not everybody is a people person. I know that. Andrew, Jay, you didn't say at the Skeleton Pizza Party they had 11 more pies delivered at the end of the event. Jeez Louise. You know, I had 3 slices, and I had already went to we already went to dinner, and I was like, how are these people, like, where's all this pizza coming from? And then we had we had the pizza at the actual restaurant, and I regret it was a bit burned though, I'm not gonna lie, but it was still very tasty. It was still very tasty, right, John? Like it was recommended to us. It was very, very tasty.
The one from the restaurant was top notch for me.
Yeah, absolutely. 10. How many people are getting Cobra Commander before the pre-order and selling him on eBay? I'm lost. No, those are sellers who are assuming that they're going to get them. Do not buy anything before they actually have it in hand, because you will just be scalped, and you won't get your stuff. You will not get your stuff, 10. Please. Please do not do that. Don't encourage the scalpers. That's just like feeding the seagulls, man. You're gonna get shit on. Let's see what happens here. A lot of people. Thank you guys for being here tonight. It's always awesome to see everybody in the chat. Lots of people chiming in. Yojo OC, Yo Cons, what's going on, brother? Jason Olson. They are forecasting that they are getting correct. That's exactly what's happening right now. Skullfire Tommy. Yes, Renders is an awesome guy, and we hope to see you, Tommy. It'll be so great. I sent you a message on IG, Tommy, exactly when the panel is supposed to be. So would love to see you there. Let's see here. Will, you all have to come to MegaCon. I can tell you are all the cool toy shops as well. You know what, Will? That's in Florida, right? Is MegaCon's in Florida, or somebody help me out here, John?
The Mega. In
Aaron?
Florida,
yeah.
I believe it's in February, maybe March.
I would love to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I think I had a buddy go to that. Yeah, it's in Orlando too, isn't it? Or in that area? Yeah,
and it's in Orlando. I had my buddy bought me tickets. I was gonna go. I hurt my foot. I do jujitsu, and I hurt my foot in training, and I just could not walk. And you guys know it consumes a lot of walking. I mean, before you go to these big cons, I would go walk around the neighborhood and get ready, you know, because it's gonna be a lot.
Halfway through Saturday, my ankle flared up. And I don't know if you saw, Aaron, I was limping for half the weekend, man. I held it together.
I knew I would have carried you around.
I had John for that, man. John was like my shoulder, man. He's like he saw me limping, and he's like, Jay, I'm like, okay, don't worry about me. But hey, Will, I've heard that there's a lot of bikini cosplay that goes to MegaCon, so because there's a pool there or something. So yeah, definitely would like to go there for sure. For one reason or another. 10. Wow, they're asking for $15. They are not asking for $15. It's a lie. 10. They're just trying to take your money, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a pure lie. Jason Olson. The show here in Arizona are very different from out east for sure. I have a couple of cousins in Arizona. You know what? I would love to go to every con if possible, but it is impossible, my friend. Unless somebody's gonna like pay my way, it's nearly impossible. Highlight Ticketed, Toylanta and Jolanta are the same company. Great cons, of course. The great Aaron knows all. So okay, great. So now we know that they are, great companies. See, I was weird. You said $15, $150. Yeah, again, don't freaking believe them. It's ridiculous. Toy Connections in the house. Ken,
what's up,
Ken?
Ken?
You, bro?
Where you at, Ken?
Come on in. What's keeping you? Good to see Toy Connections. Yes, Aaron is on, and we got the great
for you, Ken.
We got the great Toy Hanser on the stream. Aaron Day says, I fell face first into the 118 hole at JoeFest. Unboxing the Delta 17 figure tonight. One of my 6 Red Okami exclusives. Dude, you are nice. Thank you for that.
Nice. That's nice. That's what I got Delta 17 all over my review table, and I'm about to crack them.
Sweet.
Wait.
So great. This is fun. People were handing you beers. That was me.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. They were delicious.
They were so. Everyone was so buzzed. Everyone was so shit faced. It didn't matter, man. They were just handing out everything. But thank you for that, Aaron. Always great to know that Aaron's handing out beers, inebriating everybody in sight. Let's see here. Allison Troy's in the house. What's going on? The
Hey, Allison.
Retro Toy Princess. Guys, if you haven't already, please subscribe to Allison Troy, the Retro Toy Princess. Good to see you, Allison. Sorry, I got to your comments so late. Frank Rivera, what's going on? Let's see here. Anybody else I haven't said hi to? Jason, Ashman55. I like the look of that ramen toy tank, but it did not want the brown or tan. Waiting for the green and Wolverine and bridge layer versions. By the way, we cannot say Wolverine anywhere near that thing. But yes, we are. All of us are waiting for it, and it's going to happen. Trust me, it's a beautiful thing.
That thing was huge.
It is, yeah.
Safe travels, Renegade. Don't pick up any strange strangers. Hopefully, they don't throw up in your car. Take care, brother. Always good to see you. Derek Hudo. McJ, what's up, brother? Good to see you, Derek. Missed you at the show this weekend because I was in another show completely. So, hopefully we can see each other again. Met up with Derek at another toy show earlier in the year. Yes, it is in Orlando, Florida. There we go. Again, bikinis and everything. It's going to be great. Let's see here. Everything but the belt, Andrew. Yeah, that was fun. Derek, I hope you had a great time on your trip to JoeFest. We were holding it down at home with the awesome toy show. It was fun being a vendor for the first time. Glad to hear it, brother. Hopefully you sold your table out. I hope you guys were good to go. Toy Cartel, night, guys. Have to be able to work early. See you soon. We will see you, Toy Cartel. And Toy Cartel is another wonderful member of the community. Great to see him. Thank you, guys. Jason, did you talk about the series 2 pre-order for Savage Crucible that went up today? They look amazing, don't they? Haven't talked about it yet, but guys, Savage Crucible. John, you picked up a couple while you were at while you were at JoeFest.
Yeah. I picked up a couple slates, and I enjoy them. I mean, they're great fodder. And then with the Barbarians, I guess they're part of the new pre-order, right? The Wave 2, I think. So I'm looking forward to them. They I mean, it's always nice when you see like another company kind of coming in and kind of filling, I mean, there's Mythics and there's, AWOC, and then you can have Savage Crucible in there too, and do it like nice little crossover, little ideas here and there. So yeah, I'm all for it.
Aaron,
yeah, I picked up some too. I picked up some, and I picked up the additional like armor packs and oh man, they were really cool. But what really caught my eye with the Savage Crucible table was they incorporated dinos into their table, and I thought that was such a brilliant idea. And I have like a Jurassic Park T-Rex up here that I've been dying to open, and this is just the perfect reason. Now that I have some of those characters, I'm going to open some dinos.
Nice.
That is awesome. Justin Mohan just entered the house. Did you see any new toy companies and new O-ring companies other than Delta 17? I mean, like the only one I really saw was Super 7. Super 7 showed off their new O-ring cartoon line. So the Tomax and Zaymot were announced. Same thing with CoverGirl, Snake Eyes. Help me out here, guys. Who else was that?
The twins, right? Or did you ever say that?
We just said that. Literally just said that now. I think there are 2 more. I can't remember off the top of my head. But there's a whole bunch of characters coming. A lot of fun. And that's the only thing I think. No, wait a second. Longbow, something. I can't remember. Longbow. Ken, if you're still out there, help me out here, buddy.
I think I saw their table, but
I'm drawing a blank now. Longbow Chronicles, Operation Longbow.
Okay.
Yeah, those guys are good. That is an O-ring as well, so you should definitely pick those
table was there also. The Marauder did a parachute drop.
There you go.
Big giveaway.
Yeah.
And is Skeletron O-ring? I don't think so. Skeletron is more like retro, right? Where they got much more articulation, much more details. Mm-hmm. I think that's what. Hey, JB's Toy Truck is JB.
Hey, what's up, man?
You're up. Do you want to jump on? Because we'd love to have you on the stream, buddy. Let me send you the link. Let's see here. I will send JB the link because JB fed us all weekend, man, and his lovely wife and granddaughter were there. That was such a great time seeing JB's toy trunk. You know, we've been meaning to hook up and hang out. So JB, if I sent you the link, if you can, if you want to join us, please do, because so awesome to see JB in the house after all. And of course, if you guys haven't seen this picture already, I'll show it to you right now. Let's see here. Where is it?
Yeah.
Come here.
JB, I watch you all the time also.
Yeah. Very, very cool, dude. Very nice.
JB is freaking awesome. Let's see here. There we go. There we go.
Nice.
There it is.
Give me a few. Yay, JB's coming. Yeah, JB was freaking awesome, man. Hanging out with him. There's Crash up there. Crash just kept us laughing all weekend, man. It was crazy. That man just does not stop talking, man. It was funny, man. And the things he talked about, I was like, whew, what did you just say, Jay? What did you say, Crash? Like, wow. But yeah, it was awesome seeing Ken there too. Hopefully Ken can join us eventually.
Yeah,
but yeah, man, it was a lot of fun. Jeff Morris, good evening. Welcome back from JoeFest. Thank you, Jeff. I almost didn't make it, man. I almost did not make it. Hey, Alice is back. Yay.
Yeah, I'm back. Had to refresh the coffee there. You're making me drink too much, Jay.
There we go. Longbow, Operation Recall. There we go. Longbow, Operation Recall. I had it. There it is. Call sign Longbow. See it again.
Call sign Longbow. All Operation Recall. What is it? Legends of the Hidden Force. All these different new O-ring lines coming back. The O-ring Renaissance.
So great. Yeah, we're just answering Justin's question about were there any O-ring companies other than Delta 17. Yeah, it was a lot of fun seeing.
There's a lot on the way, folks.
Absolutely. While we're waiting for JB, let's go ahead and actually talk about something else. Just for a hot minute. Of course, it was great to see JB, and hopefully he'll join us any time now. And of course, Ken. Hopefully, Ken will join us too. Guys, conventions are going crazy, and right now there's a convention going on right now. I don't know if anyone knew that, but BotCon.
This is over in my sister's neck of the woods.
There you go. 30 celebrating 30 years of BotCon.
Wow.
Now, mind you, that is 30 years, but they haven't been around for 30 years. Like, they have some blank years because they sort of like ducked out for a little while. But yeah, BotCon has been around for 30 years, and this weekend marks their 30th. I guess you could still say it's the 30th anniversary, but you know they
from when it started,
gone, right? So yeah, lots of fun. If anybody's at BotCon or is taking in some of the festivities, please let us know what's happening, because obviously BotCon is one of the oldest Transformers convention. At one point, they were actually affiliated with Hasbro.
Right.
I believe Hasbro bought them at one point, but now they're now with new ownership, and so great. All the way in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So and they moved a couple times too. They were in California.
Yeah, they've jumped around, because I think at one point they were even in New York. That's when I found out about them, when they were more East Coast.
Yeah, they were in California at one point, I believe, and then they moved to, like as you said, New York, other places. So it looks like Frank Welker, Megatron himself, is a guest.
Yep.
Right? They got a bunch of merch, legendary fiction. So yeah, guys, let us know if you are at BotCon or going to BotCon, because this weekend is going to be crazy. As I said, 30 years of BotCon. So lots of great guests. We got Greg Berger. He plays Grimlock, Skyfire, Outback, Long Haul. Paul Edging. Edging. I'm sorry. How do I pronounce that? Does anybody know how to pronounce that? Paul.
I think it's Eating.
Okay, there you go. So, again, I apologize because I mess that up all the time. He was Perceptor, the Decepticran Quintessons. Wow, that's awesome. And we have Transformers animated guests. We have Bumblebee, Blitzwing, and Blackout. Bumper Robinson, special guest from Beast Wars Transformers. Alec Willows is there. He was Tarantulas. Transmetals Rhinox, very nice. We also have Aaron C. Archer, one of the artists from the Artist Alley. Josh Perez, he was on Alliance Defiance, ROM versus Transformers Legends, etc. And Robbie Musso from Transformers Spotlight, Ultra Magnus, Reunification, G2, Redux, and so much more. So I guess I was wrong. I saw Frank Welker on this image and just assumed that he was a guest this year, but he's not. But still, great guests all around. And let us know, guys, what if you guys are going to be going to BotCon or are at BotCon right now.
If you're a Mythic Legions fan and you're in the Indiana area, the Horsemen will be there with one of their street teams. It won't be as big as what was at JoeFest. It'll be more like what was available at Maryland Toy Expo, but it's going to be through one of their authorized retailers. So if you never had a chance to see the 4 Horsemen at a convention and you're in the Indiana area, this is a great opportunity to get there, get some table prices, because that's the cheapest. I got to plug 4 Horsemen. I shell for those guys constantly just because I love their work.
Absolutely. Yep. 100%. Jeff Morris, Super 7 O-rings better be fire because there's a lot of awesome competition. I love my Delta 7 figures. Thank Delta 7 figures. Thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate that. The check is in the mail, Jeff. Derek Huto. I was once Cobra. Yes, Jay, grab me one at SDCC. Derek, I will do my best because honestly, I'm going to talk about that today. It's not easy. This year is going to be a struggle to get these things, and I'll explain that in a little bit. Joining us fast and furious right now, the man, the myth, the legend, fed us all weekend, and of course, he is a Bucky's fan. I'm a Bucky's fan. JB,
you are now.
What's going on, JB?
JB?
What's up?
JB?
What's up?
Nice.
What's up, dude?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Kept us
good.
The jerky was flowing at the Delta 17 booth. It was freaking awesome. And dude, you really seriously came through for us. Huge shout out to Marsha and your little one there. Whenever I see granddaughters coming around, I'm like, what is going on? Like, you're coming to a GI Joe, and she was so excited. That really made my day. Like, I can't believe how like it was like a kid in a candy store, literally. Like, she was like wide-eyed and this is crazy, and she was going nuts. It was awesome to see her. How are you doing, JB? Like, what are you up to this last week, recovering from JoeFest?
I think you said it the best. Recovering. I think all 3 of us are. It was such a great time, and everybody was so nice to all of us, like we expected. But then when you bring the family in like that, especially a 5-year-old, everybody was just so sweet to her. And like how you were describing, she's a monster in the making. I mean, we went out today just kind of out and about. We haven't hunted in our area in about 2.5, almost 3 weeks. So we're out there seeing how our stores are looking, and she's just like, Papa, look, Papa, look. I'm like, oh my gosh, what do we got here? And then of course the first store, when we leave something behind, she's like, but I think I really need it. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's saying exactly what all of us say.
Oh yeah.
So, but that's how I was raised. I was very fortunate to be a spoiled brat, and not saying she's a spoiled brat, but if she keeps this up, she'll get her own channel one day. And I know there's a lot of kid YouTubers out there that are blowing up, but again, she's my granddaughter. I told her, I was like, baby, you just have fun. And for now, it's just her voice, for the most part in the videos. And I was like, when you're ready, it's up to you and your parents if you actually want to get a channel, because this is tough. But we're doing great. I definitely miss it. I got my 3rd video. I kind of spaced it out because the 3rd video is going to be the fun vlog, like Jay, when we got stuck on the elevator, those little clips. Those will be out there as long as the haul. And I'm looking at the haul because I just finished that portion up, and I didn't expect to go in there and spend so much, because I usually have pretty good patience, but we went all in. A lot of vintage that took the high value, from our wallet. So, but it's good. I was good. Thanks for having me on. And yeah, I'm up because I'm off from work for about a month. So I get to stay up late and hang out with you guys. So it's pretty awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, brother, it was great seeing you there. And again, like you said, it's tough protecting kids from everything, but you know what, everybody's got to grow up eventually. But as long as you guide them, right, I think that's really where it boils down to. I was just really it was amazing seeing a young person just like absolutely like going through the phases of like a sensory overload. It was like I used to be that. That used to be me, right? And she was having such a good time, and everyone wants to support a little one like yours. But it's always great when grandma and grandpa are taking the little one out. So it's great. Look who's in the house, everybody! It's Crash.
Yes.
Crash is in the house.
Yeah, Crash.
Oh my
Crash
gosh,
is
Mega
here.
J, John, JB, the Toy Hanser, and Oz. That's right. We're like the we're like the Power Rangers here, man. We're freaking. We got the whole
Our
Megazord.
Fine.
We got the Megazord power going. Crash, you want to hop on maybe for 5 minutes? I don't know. It might be late to you. Send me a PM on IG, Crash, if you want to hop on.
Speaking of, I do have to hop off real quick, guys. I gotta wrap things up, and I have to be at a job site early in the morning.
All right.
But I appreciate the invite, Jay. It was so awesome to meet you.
Yeah. Aaron, before you go, can you let people know what you're doing and how they can reach you, brother?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Obviously, I got Delta 17 on the review table ready to go. I'm super excited to crack into this, and it was awesome to pick that up. You can reach me at, of course, any of Instagram, Facebook. Just hit Aaron the Toy Enhancer. It'll pop up. You can find me there. Find me on YouTube, and you can definitely find me at your local con.
Nice.
Thanks, Aaron. Really appreciate it, brother. Have a great weekend, and we will see you at the next con, brother. We'll see you.
Too. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. See you soon. Yeah. Aaron the
Man,
Toy
Jay.
Hunter, everybody. Oh my God. Somebody who said he wasn't able to make it, but he's here anyway. Adam is in the house. What the hell?
Hey, what's up?
We're getting everybody. I've been ribbing Adam. The whole crew just woke up late on Saturday, partying too hard, and did not show up. I remember he's walking past me. He's like, "What's up with all these people?" I'm like, "Dude, they were here since 9." Like,
yeah, we thought it started at 10. So I think I was the first one down.
You were.
Mm-hmm.
I think you were.
Yeah.
And I just assumed it was like other vendors and stuff that were just sort of like milling about, like checking out other people's tables. Cause like I've done a few cons now, and it's pretty common to just go a little early if you want to see someone's table. A lot of cons, like you set up and then you kind of wander around, but everybody sets up differently. Like we set our table up really quick because we do it kind of the same. Like it's evolved over time, but we do it the same each time or close enough that because we're doing everything boxed, and it's not like it's not like a display in the way that some tables are. It's fast, and then we can walk around and check out other people's tables. I missed setup because I got in a little bit later, but I was able to walk around the floor when I got there. I didn't even realize that there was a preview night. So there was a preview night. So this is what I don't understand. There was like a preview night, and then there was like a preview early bird hour. And then on Sunday, I was like, is there an early bird on Sunday? Like I'm so confused by how this all works. They should have just printed out an itinerary and just put it on the table, put it on every table and be like, hey, this is how the weekend's going to go. We had no idea.
It's on the back of your badge.
No.
Look at the back of your badge. Everything's on the back of your badge.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's on the back of your badge.
Hold on a second.
This was my badge. This was my badge. They ran out of badges.
Nice little vendor
Yeah,
badge.
it's not going to focus when we there it is. See right there. It says it right there. It's on the back of the badge. Right. So
Okay. What font size is that? 2?
Like I could barely read it myself. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty bad. Now, to your defense, though, it does not say the early bird on
Right.
Saturday.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Saturday, 10 a.m. You can see it right there. It's super clear. You can all read that, I'm sure.
To your defense, it doesn't say the early bird. All right. I didn't know about the early bird, but Ken got me up and said, "Come on, they're gonna start." I'm like, "All right."
We were up. Like we went for breakfast and like we were just it wasn't.
They walked to breakfast and they were just like, "Yeah, waffles and." Meanwhile, the rush is coming in. But
Yeah.
that was the early bird though, right? So the 10 o'clock is actually when. But the early bird, there was like I've got footage of it. There's like tons of people just up for the early bird. Like here, let me bring that up quick. But while I'm bringing that up, yeah, go ahead.
Like for the record, hold on, I gotta like turn this down. Look at how tiny that is.
It's true. It is so small.
It's right there. It's like my camera won't even pick it up because it's so small. It's like that's insignificant. You don't even need to know what that says.
The worst part about that is it's in an army font, and it's hard to read.
It's brutal.
It's like the Willy Wonka, where he's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. He knows that you're not going to read it.
Yeah.
You get nothing, sir. You get nothing.
Also, I'm pretty sure these table numbers are wrong.
It wouldn't surprise me.
There were so many people confused where their tables were.
And that was my first video.
Somebody tried to kick us off our table.
I tried to do a whole
my table.
I tried to do a whole walkthrough. It was just so much. I was just, oh my gosh. And then I had to do it twice. It was good. I mean, it's good. But you're right. The tables were kind of all jacked up. And
on Sunday at about 2:45 p.m., I walked past a table and I was like, wait, did they put any stuff out? And then I was like, I haven't seen this table. Yeah. There was a whole aisle that I never went down until 2:45 on Sunday afternoon.
Wow. Look at this crowd. All right. This is 9 a.m. All right. This is 8:50 a.m.
Oh yeah.
Look how many people.
Yeah.
And JB and I, like we had a meeting of the minds right in the middle there. You'll see it because actually JB put it on his Instagram a little while ago. But yeah, look at all these people. Like this is 9 a.m. okay, on the Saturday. Like this is nuts. It was awesome. It was absolutely bonkers. And you know what? All these people, and they're all here. They all have their coffee. They're all ready to go. And the JoeFest crew is like, it's like, what the hell's going on? Like they're all bewildered. You know what I mean? Like deer in the head. Like who's that? Who's that guy? Who is that guy? I know that guy. Right? Big Papa. There's Poppy. There he is. And it just kept going and going and going. And again, this is freaking 9 a.m. in the morning. We're like, who are these people?
Trying to get that deal.
I don't think I even know where that part of the hotel or the conference center is.
Yeah, it's actually when you open the
like
doors,
I don't think I saw that far away from that door. We were right next to the main entrance, so I never went like any further than that. Really,
yeah, you didn't need to. But basically, if you had stepped out of the entrance, you would have gone down this hallway.
Oh, I know where that. Okay, I know where that is. I know where that is. When I see that part, that glass part, that's the far end of the convention center. Apparently, there's a weird. That's I know where that is.
Apparently, they were throwing down parachute Joes with Sergeant Slaughter on Saturday. It was apparently they were just like throwing them down that huge staircase. And it was
that'd be fun.
It was huge, man. Like if you, I don't know who took it. Like there are a bunch of videos that are surfacing now, but yeah, it's crazy. Crash, I sent you the link, buddy. Come and join us. What's taking so long? Check the chat, Crash. Justin Mohan, happy Canada Day long weekend. Yes, we as Canadians just decided, we want a holiday too. So we copied our 4th of July celebrating cousins down south and said we want Canada Day before the American holiday.
Do you guys celebrate everything we do? I mean, I think today was celebrate a stamp day. I don't know. I mean, it's like we have every other day is let's celebrate the color turquoise. Yeah, it's
pretty
crazy.
Much.
We do similar things. Basically, we copy whatever you. No, I'm just kidding. But we're very jealous of what you have. So once a new holiday comes up, we're like, we need that. So we'll make it happen by hook or by crook somehow. But no, we don't have as many holidays as you, but we definitely. Actually, now we do. Actually, we copied you. We got one more holiday in the books, and then we made it happen somehow. Allison Troy. Is that Comic Sans? No, it's actually, I believe it's called Stamp or something. It's Stencil. Yeah, it's kind of like a military font. At least everyone associates it with a military font. It's got this, kind of It's the same font that you put on a military vehicle when you spray paint it. It's like it's just that weird stencil that they have.
It's the same. It's the same. It's the same font as that, but teeny tiny.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's again as Adam pointed out. It's not even focusing on my camera either.
It's blocky and clumsy, and you can't make it. And then it's in red, so it makes it that much harder.
So much worse,
Literally,
right?
finally got it.
Oh yeah, make it in yellow on white if you want to really crank up the difficulty of trying to figure it out.
The kerning on it is really tight too, for whatever reason. They really put the kerning so close. It's
great show. I'm not criticizing Joe, but if I'm at my table, I don't need a map. I need the itinerary.
Yep.
So I don't need to know, because it doesn't tell me where my table is. It's like, this is whatever. It doesn't matter. I love now that I'm like doing cons and stuff, I collect these now. I'm just starting to hang them up. I feel like I'm gonna run out of space though.
It was just a lot of fun just to be there. I mean, JB, did you get a badge, or did you get a sweaty band?
He got the band.
I got a sweaty
band, man.
and it's because of the traffic getting there. We were on time to get there right at 6 on Friday night. We didn't get there till 5 minutes to 8. I walk in, I see Kent Pool, and I see Dub. I'm like, hey, and then I hear overhead, hey, we're closing. I'm like, well, I got in, and then they didn't have any more lanyards. Like, I got this awesome wristband. So I'm not, again, complaining.
I wanted one of those. The lanyard things, like when you lean over, they just hit stuff. And it's like, I was like tucking it into my shirt, and then I was like, oh, nobody can see it. And then I'd try to like walk in and look at me funny, and I'd have to pull it out.
If you have wire racks and shelves,
I'm keeping it.
Catches on every single one.
Crash, what's going on, Crash?
Apparently, there was a couple different ones. I got the Toys R Us inspired one versus the Joe inspired one, the GI Joe inspired one.
I'm happy with it. I'm very happy with the Toys R Us inspired one. Crash is in the house, everybody. Crash,
hey, Crash,
what's up, Crash?
You got your mic on, Crash? We can't hear you. Crash has gone silent. That's
technical difficulties.
That is a rare thing. Crash does not go silent.
I think one thing that I'm gonna not try to do ever again is wait so late to try to get the hotel, because I thought I was in time. I was like, oh, here we go, Marriott, and it was like booked, sold out. I called up there, booked, sold out, and I was just so disappointed. I was at a great hotel, don't get me wrong, and I was actually at the same hotel that the Super 7 guys are at, which was kind of cool to see them at breakfast and all that. But the party and the after hours stuff, just to have a couple drinks with you guys. And then, my wife, she's like, Jay, they're out there. John, you hit me up. And I was already in, we were already turned in. The granddaughter were watching TV. So I was like, I'm not going to break away from them when we're all comfy and stuff, even though, I knew Slaughter was going to be there, and probably I wanted him to make me do like push-ups and stuff like that. A sergeant and a retired master sergeant. All right, master, get down there and start pushing. But the next con.
Hey, I gotta. It's not my story; it's a secondhand story, but I'm gonna save it for the clubhouse tomorrow night.
Oh, thank you.
So Oz, I said remind me about one thing, but you got to remind me about my Sergeant Slaughter story as well.
Oh. All right, I got a sticky note for Adam.
All the weird stuff, like all those. Man, it was so much fun, because it was just one of those. It was one of those. It was the difference with this one, I think, is that there was just way more people that like we know. Yeah. There's a lot of cons like where we know. And by we, I mean like the Spiro Toys guys, like we know the other vendors because we do other shows, and you kind of see similar tables and similar people. And like we did Toylanta a couple months ago, and just due to proximity, there was just a lot of really familiar faces, even with just like the toy stores and like just the table vendor type people. But there was just a lot of people sort of from this community, this online community, not just from the Joe community, not just from the con community, but like from sort of this little corner of the toy collector world. And so that was what made it really special. And I think a lot of people kind of went to JoeFest. It maybe wouldn't have if PowerCon happened this year. And so it'll be interesting to see if PowerCon comes back for 2025, whether that in any way like detracts from JoeFest 2025. I think JoeFest has its own energy, but we'll see. I don't. It was a really good time, and Augusta's a lovely little spot.
It was
but
amazing. It was amazing. Crash, can you are you here, buddy?
Technical difficulties.
Like Crash, you got to set click on the settings and see what microphone you're on, because if you click on the look on the bottom here, click on settings and see if it's got the right mic.
It may be different if he's on his phone too.
Yeah.
Then it might be in a different portion, but definitely check your settings.
Yeah, there's a settings button at the bottom here. You just got to click it and look at like set up your mic and your camera. But we see you, Crash. So, and he's gone.
We'll get it figured out.
Well, Jay, I got to hop off. I got
All right, buddy.
I got to be at work tomorrow. But I was so glad for the invite. Glad seeing you. Oz, it's been a while since we had a little
Yeah,
screen time action.
definitely.
JB, man, pleasure meeting you face to face.
Yeah, it was fun.
And of course, the beanstalk, the Adam,
I don't even. Here's the thing. I don't even think of myself as being tall. Like I was a short kid. I was a short, skinny kid, and I'm just a tall, skinny, grown-up kid. But when people are like, "You're taller than I thought," I'm like, "Am I? Like what? I don't know."
It's because the screens, right? We all look the same size.
People that are my height seem tall to me, so that's maybe part of it. It's like it's like a deep-seated sort of psychological thing.
Here when we're all standing here, when we're all sitting here,
we're all about this tall.
Yeah. See, watch this. Watch this. I'll make some magic happen. Here is the tallest person on YouTube. Okay, there he is. That is the tallest person on YouTube, 100%.
Yeah.
He's freaking.
Yeah, if you would I seem taller if I was like this?
Not really.
Right? Like we gotta move.
You said that, and you didn't even let me know, so I didn't bring the belt. You know how much taller I am when I can do the whole tribal chief thing.
We all heard the reason you don't have the belt with you. It's because
He
Andrew
lost the
beat
belt.
you.
Yeah.
And took the belt.
Aaron took it from you, man.
not Aaron.
Non-title
Andrew.
match.
Andrew.
I told Andrew it was a non-title match. He took the belt anyway. So he may have the belt.
Beat you and rolled with
I
it.
am still the champ. And he keeps saying you need to put the belt on the line sometime in the
No, he cashed in his money in the bank.
Did you make a wrestling reference, Adam?
I did.
That was a good one too. That was a really
definitely
good one.
did.
All right. Awesome. Have a good night. See ya.
John, it's always amazing to hang out with you, brother. How can people reach you, and what are you working on presently, my friend?
Oh, just right now on Instagram, Emerald Night Photos. Also, I am part of the Geeked Out Click, and we have a show every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Central called Geeked Out Live, where we talk about toy photography, movies, comics, toys, any new releases. But yeah, we do that every Tuesday. So check that out.
Yeah, can I say for a second, John, that your full set layout, if we go back to it, I swear those are Green Lantern symbols in the background there with the shadows. Like seriously, they look like two. They look
like
two
Jedi lamps.
Yeah,
that's it.
Like
yeah,
the shadows look like two lanterns getting ready to charge up the rings. You know what I mean? Like that's freaking crazy. Emerald Night Photo, everybody. John, we will see you. Have a great weekend. And again, we will see you at the next con, brother. Always.
Take care. Take care, John.
Yep, definitely. Y'all have a good night.
You too, brother. Have a good weekend. John never stopped working on the week. It was crazy. He was there. He paid. Here's the crazy thing about John. He paid to be there. The dude paid to be there. Ended up just staying at the Delta 17 booth and worked his ass off. Like it was insane. Like seriously.
So Jay, you know how that actually worked out, right? Is that there was a bunch of us that were supposed to be there, and then one of the people couldn't make it for the show. And then somebody else bowed out and said, actually, I just want to walk the floor, but I'll help you like with a bit of setup and everything. So it was really only me, you, and Wilhelm that were planning to help Steve. But then John sort of just walked in because we had needed help getting the boxes down. And then he ended up finding a vendor badge, and then so did Crash. That's just kind of how it happened. Like we hadn't planned prior to the weekend for them to be there. But with the way the debit machines were only in Canadian dollars and us having to do the conversion every single time, we needed all hands on deck. And it was really busy on the Friday night. So it sort of just worked out that way that, even though there were 6 of us there, everyone was doing something. Crash was getting stuff from below the table. John was doing the conversion. Will was bagging. You and I were working the machine. Steve was explaining the line, or he would tag out with one of us or something.
Can I say that as much as I love the Augusta Convention Center, their internet sucks. It was absolutely horrid. Adam, did you have as much trouble as we had? Because we could not get those machines to fucking work. It was just terrible.
No, we've done more shows. We're like we got it dialed. We've got 2 hotspots.
Oh, see? They got their own hotspots.
So did we, but the hotspots were our cell phones.
Yeah.
We've got like proper like Shopify approved hotspots that are like dedicated. And the reason that we have 2 is because they don't last a full day. Yeah. So you need 2 because you basically tap one out about 2/3 of the way through the day. Otherwise, you start getting connectivity issues.
Yeah. Jay, do you know? I mean, we can get a mobile hotspot next time, but do you know how we can fix the whole Canadian issue on the machine, or do you think that's going to be a permanent problem?
No, okay, that's the problem.
Through Shopify, right?
Are we going to actually talk about this on the air?
Just say yes or no. Just say yes or no.
It's an easy
we don't need to get into the technicalities of it. We can just say yes or no.
It's an easy fix.
The answer is like I'm sure here Adam's gonna chime in here, but the actual answer is we have to sign up for another account and make it an American account. Because once it's tied to an address, it's done. Like you're finished. We have to actually have a U.S. Literally, when you're signing up, it has to say U.S. currency. That'll lock it in. Because those 2 machines are tied to Canadian. They're done. They can't be changed.
Okay. All right.
I think you can change one of them. You have to log in as the other account. That's what's important.
Okay, we'll figure it out for next show. It's just I don't even know what the next show is. Like Adam, are you doing? Is it Joe Lanta in September? Are you doing that one?
I'm not, but I think we're gonna be at that one.
I saw you guys on a flyer that you guys were. Yeah, September.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out like what shows are worth doing because it's a lot of brokerage and a lot of paperwork to kind of sort all that out.
Yeah.
And it costs Steve a lot of money just to get the broker money to go in. So unless you're having you're getting a lot of sales like JoeFest, it's hard to do because a lot of people are asking us if we're going to go to Assembly Required in Iowa, which is kind of like the JoeFest light hangout. But everyone says that it's got the camaraderie of JoeFest, but not the showroom floor size. So I just don't know what the next show is that's going to be worth it for us because everyone's been asking, what show are you going to do next? And I said, it would have been PowerCon, but we have no PowerCon this year.
I know the 3 that I've been to, the most 3 recent ones was this one, Toylanta, and Retro Toy Convention in Greenville. And again, as the fan, looking not just for Joe's and for everything like that, I know as a fan experience and all the people that went, that's, Delta 17, I know, again, as a fan, would probably do well there because it was very similar to JoeFest as far as
you're talking Toylanta, or you're talking Retro
Toylanta, and potentially Retro Toy Convention.
Because Retro Toy Con is run by Toy Federation, isn't it?
Yeah. And you could
hit up because Ryan grabbed a wholesale order from us to end the day, so we have that contact now.
Yeah,
and people have been asking us if we want to go to Retro Toy Con or not. I think Scott Hughes asked me about that recently.
I'm also wondering, Ken, if it might be worth taking a half stock and just renting out a unit somewhere south. And just leaving stuff there, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, Adam knows where Fulfill Right is. I mean, maybe we could just have Fulfill Right send us stock to a location.
It might be better that way because
it's
already
Jersey, right?
It's Jersey based. Like I think AWOC has stock there.
I'm messaging Ken
there.
If you
I promise we're paying attention to this conversation, but we're having our own sidebar conversation right now.
This is the inside baseball stuff. This is like, I'll be honest, this is the stuff that I absolutely love. And full disclosure, as a result of JoeFest, like I'm now like, there's another toy company that's like, hey, will you get involved with our toy company? And I was like, we'll see. I love this stuff. I love, how do you get the product to the con? how do you get the hotspot to work properly? Like that to me is like that's as much part of like the toys as the toys are.
Adam,
as a 42-year-old man.
We're gonna have a consulting session with you on how to do this and what cons are worth doing, etc.
Yeah, I'm setting up my consulting agency so that I can actually invoice you guys, because I'm the sucker that like has all those conversations off the books. And
I was gonna say, I heard that a certain consultant recently is been kicked off Toy Tube, so maybe that Toy Guru title.
There's an opening?
Yeah, I think that's open now. I don't know. He's disappeared. Small little.
I mean, my current title for Delta 17 is brand manager. So, you know.
All right. Steve. Well, reach out to my agency that will be starting soon, and we'll go from there.
There we go.
I love the fact that we're just this is all, as you said, it's in the inside baseball stuff, right? It's fascinating to a lot of different people.
But it's, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that like a lot of toy collectors don't hear about any of this stuff, and you know, a lot of toy collectors don't care about it. And this is, you know, this is sort of like the first thing that I sort of express to anybody that's sort of starting a toy company or is involved in a toy company who's kind of like, oh, customers are frustrating. I'm like, they don't care about any of this stuff. They don't care how the toy gets made. They don't care where the toy gets made. They don't care how much it costs you. They just say, like, where is my action figure? Why wasn't it here yesterday? That's all they care about.
And why isn't it only $10? With inflation, the $3.99 should be $9.99. So, well, it cost me $11 to make it. Well, then you're making it too expensive.
Yeah.
Point me in the direction of a factory that will make it for less.
Yeah. Which one of the factories are you in talks with that can make it for a cheaper price? Get me in touch with them, right?
Yeah.
Jonathan, if you get a selfie stick and attach the payment device to it and point it high in the air. No, that doesn't work. That was not like getting it closer to the signal is not going to help.
I wish that was how it worked. And then, can you imagine what a convention floor would look like? And just have all these like sticks.
It was so great.
I'm just picturing rabbit ears on every booth now.
Exactly. And then like the tables that are just like the guy that has toys from like some bins in a storage locker. He's got a coat hanger that's like bent. He doesn't have like the proper rabbit ears.
Tinfoil hat.
It's tinfoil. It's tinfoil and wire and coat hangers bent funny.
Yep.
And he's like, it's not working. Bend the coat hanger the other way. Just like change the angle.
Yeah.
Jason Ashman thought Spectre Cube just posted a video on the video the other day. He's still on YouTube. He did? Okay, let's really quick. I'm gonna double check on that because as far as I know, his at least I think perhaps he had to get rid of most of his content, but
yeah, I think he rejigged his channel and has far less videos than he had in the past. I think that's what it is. Yeah,
that must have been the compromise because as we know, the videos that got flagged were pretty much taken down. So
I think anything with Ethan's video photos are there. But as Ethan was saying, like, if only his name was in the description or something, he would have been happy. And I'm like, I didn't think that'd be difficult, right? Because people use my stuff all the time, and they leave a link in the description. And depending on how much they use, I don't even care if they do it. If they just go on my friend Toy Connection, they show my thumbnail. Go ahead, you don't need permission for that, right?
No one uses my stuff, but they're welcome to.
You know, if you tour my collection for me, you know, using my collection tour video, one, I'd rather you don't do that. But two, if you're going to at least source me, you know what I mean? So
yeah. At the end of the day, you know, people should be citing their sources no matter what. I mean, like, you can't just take, in my opinion, anyway. What people do things all the time without, and nobody cares. But you should at least try your best to at least give credit to wherever you like. Well, there's certain things like, in a press release you could argue that it's in the public domain, right? Like those are press releases, like they meant for it to become,
that's kind of what they're for. It's promotional material.
Like, so when I do history videos, a lot of times if I don't have the toy, I'll flip through photos of a book that I have, but I'll cite the book and I won't scan the whole book. I'll just take the imagery and then tell people where they can find the book in the
Or
description.
at least put it in the description, right? I mean, that,
Yeah.
that
Yep.
works. too.
I'll even do a pop-up, Daryl DePriest's Guide to G.I. Joe or whatever it is. That's probably the
There you
next one
go.
I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think
It's
Daryl's
not
gonna
hard.
care.
It's
So-
just it's just a lesson in etiquette in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? Like why wouldn't you? And there
Well,
are
I
other
mean, I
people-
think without getting too deep into it, right? I think when a corporation posts, a commercial photo to promote their figure, I think their intention is to post that so that people
Yeah.
can cut
Yeah.
and paste.
Yeah.
But if you create original content using that, and then somebody sort of takes your video or your content and cuts and pastes that, I think that's a little bit different. Like there's a weird.
Adam, how many
It's all
times do
public space at the end of the day, but I mean, like YouTube says you can't do that. Instagram says you can't do that. Like all these social media sites say you can't do that, but there's a threshold where.
How many times do you put up a new AWOC thing and it's shared everywhere? Those are
I
your photos,
wish.
but you want it shared.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like,
Right?
man, cut and paste my stuff
we
everywhere
shared
you
that
want.
when we shared our new Hailstorm unit, right? The reveal for JoeFest,
What?
and it got shared everywhere. We're just
just
like,
kidding.
I know, you were right there. You were 10 feet away from it the whole show. But yes, yeah, I mean, we're like, yep, sure, go ahead, use it. In fact,
Yeah.
modify it how you want. Just go ahead, use it.
Promote it,
Right.
please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
People like again. There is a difference as both of you guys are saying, where you want, or promotion is promotion, right? You want people to share it. Like
Yeah.
social media has become a huge thing for smaller companies, but when you are an artist, you're taking a photo of a figure in a specific manner, and you want to protect your work, right? The adage that, oh no, that's public domain, you put it up and it's for anybody to use, that's ridiculous, right?
No, but public domain and fair use are not the same thing.
Right. They are
Yeah.
different things.
See, exactly what
there's a
Allison's
misconception.
saying. And there's also a certain amount of like, who cares? If you take a completed eBay auction from 6 months ago against a generic white background, I don't think the seller is going to care since it's no longer in his collection. He might. He has every right to go after you, but are they really going to care?
Right.
Right? So,
Andrew, don't get me wrong, JoeFest was dope, but the camaraderie this year actually came from the cancellation PowerCon. That's arguable.
No, I think there was people there that would not have been there. I don't
Right.
think Super 7 would have been there if PowerCon had been canceled.
that's arguable too, because they had UG.
Well, they had a purpose to be there,
because they had
right?
the O-ring
They
stuff,
did.
maybe.
They did, but I think the impetus was there. Like, they don't do a lot of East Coast shows.
I
Very
think it's
true.
more. I think it's more for horsemen that may not have been there.
I would
Seven.
not disagree with what
Right.
you're saying. I think they would have been at PowerCon, and I think they were like, okay, we need one more big show.
Yeah.
They
Something
would,
that
it was technically a street team at JoeFest, but it wasn't street team level
right. Their
product,
table,
and it wasn't pricing like a street team typically is. It was very much a Mythic Legions thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And I got some good figures.
I do think that the camaraderie is always there, but if you're wondering if the volume of vendors, if that's what Andrew's getting at, I think he's probably right on that front, because all of a sudden we got both Pixel Dan and Secret Galaxy. But I think the actual camaraderie was still, was a carryover from previous years.
I agree.
And,
with you.
I was talking to Ed from Action Figures, and one thing that really surprised him was that how you could just walk up and talk to anybody. It's not like there's these pocket communities or pocket clicks. I hate to use the word clique or click, but it's just one of those things that he said it wasn't like, oh, we have our crew and that's it, which is what you would expect people to do, right? You can't just have a stranger walk up, but at JoeFest, you could just do that.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, Jay, what happened when we first walked into the lobby? I think I walked up and group hugged a bunch of guys right away, right?
Well, what I was going to say was,
And they were like, "Who are you?"
Who's this tall person?
Why are
Who's
you
this
so
tall guy?
tall?
incredible giant.
How do you have a belt?
Yeah.
You have a wrestling belt.
and a Muppet.
Why are you walking in like this?
I know, right? Like, dusting off his shoulders. No, I think honestly, not to disavow what Andrew is saying, but no, I just by looking at some of Ken's videos from last year, I think that one of the biggest things that I saw was that JoeFest doesn't end at 5 o'clock. JoeFest continues into like
it doesn't end
1 o'clock. It
problematic
What's going on right now. This is the post JoeFest hangout with Oz,
and that's something that not many conventions do. Like we were at PowerCon, and
you should see Legion's gone.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
It's
that's
bonkers. It's like 4 in the morning, and there's a lobby full of people.
Yeah, we were PowerCon, and there was a bar meet and greet, right?
Yep.
But it wasn't the same. You know what I mean? Like this was people just hanging out and just sharing memories and you didn't have to be part of it. You could just hang around and start meeting people. It was a great mingle. It was huge mingle. And that I think is really one of the strengths of PowerCon. Also, the actual trading floor, which happens in the convention, I've never seen that at all. Usually I see that at like hotel rooms. You know what I mean? Like you go up to a hotel and there are a whole bunch of like everybody buys out the floor and you just open up your room to anybody who wants to come in and trade with you. I've never seen in the freaking convention where this whole gigantic hallway is just taken up by
that whole second floor.
That was really cool.
I didn't know that happened right there, right at that time.
Yeah,
because it's literally like on Saturday, the floor closes. And then
Friday
like the sort of floor up above Friday too. Oh,
yeah, Friday too. Yeah,
Friday. Yeah, Friday.
Yeah, it happened on Friday.
Oh yeah. It was Friday. It was Friday that I'm thinking of, and so I went a different way Saturday, just in case. Friday, like the that preview night ends, and then there's stairs up to the like it's a weird like the hotel's connected to the convention center, but if you didn't know that, you might not be able to find it.
Yep.
Unless there were some amazing Skeletron 3D foam stand-up things with arrows to point you in the right direction, which there were, and they were amazing.
So that sounds incredible alone.
So I'll share those pictures tomorrow, Oz. But I didn't know that, and so Friday ended. I was on like I had it was Thursday night. I left where I'm sitting right now Thursday night. Took a red eye, drove 2.5 hours from Atlanta to Augusta, got settled in, did the preview night, and I was just like, I was so tired. I was like so ready to just call it a night. I didn't, but then I went up those stairs, and you know, I've chatted with all you guys before, most of you guys before. Like I'm pretty introverted. I don't really like. I'm okay on the side of the table that I'm typically on at a convention where I've got a bit of space. I can move around. There's a little bit of air to breathe. That's sort of my own air. I went up there and I was like, I was not prepared for it, and it gave me so much anxiety because I had to get through all these people, and I was ready like for a nap. Like I'll be perfectly honest, I was ready to just like take my shoes off, relax for a minute and just sort of.
But that's how it is. Jay, was I even?
That was not what.
You know.
Well, you know,
it was great to see. It was great to see. I'm not. You know, it was. But Saturday night I went the other way. I went outside the hotel. Like I went outside the convention to the lobby and then went up.
Yeah, no. It was a shock to like. I'd seen it in Ken's video, and I was like, "All right, that's kind of neat." And then I
assumed it was like in one of the big. They have those big rooms, like Jay, where you did your where you did the video, where we did the video
panel.
I assumed it would be like in there, but it was right at it was right there, like it was and it was right after preview night. Like there was no like people were ready.
Yep.
It was sort of like preview night ends at 7.
Tradition. Yep. Yeah. And you're off.
There it is, right there. It's like at 6:59. It's packed up there.
Everyone's set up. Yes, that's exactly how it was last year. Like that was my feeling last year. I walked up and I'm like, what's going on here? Yeah, and there's so much to buy. Like that's how I got some Red Shadow stuff.
So
I didn't even. I was like blinded. I was like, I gotta get through this.
Yeah. Aaron says, don't forget the elevator story with the T-shirt. So that was fun. Basically, getting up to Steve's room was a chore. Because at the end of the night, because the hotel is connected to the actual convention center, the elevators are always taken up, And the worst part about that was two of the elevators were down this weekend.
One
So
of them
going
was.
up and down.
Well,
going up
they
and
said
down,
they said they were modernizing. So I guess
modernize
just
my ass.
taking some away is modernizing. Right?
Modernize my butt. They are down. They did not operate that weekend because getting up and down was impossible. Like JB, you and I were trapped. Like you're gonna have a full video on that. We were literally in purgatory. We were freaking trapped, and we tried. You know what? You know what really sucks?
What's that movie?
It was,
I'm gonna look it up.
It was
Okay.
well. I said it was Squid Game too because I thought we were gonna die.
Dude, we're like, okay, stairs. Let's take the stairs. We're running on the stairs, and the freaking final leg of the stairs, access denied. We're like, what the? They wouldn't let us out. We were trapped. We were literally trapped. I said, you know what? We started meeting people. Like we started meeting random people. They were bringing all their trades, and then like, how long you been here? I said, we've been here for 3 years. Like this is
In this elevator.
We have been here. No, just on the
waiting
floor.
on the elevator. Right
we
there.
couldn't even
just
get
waiting.
on the elevator.
They were ghosts.
And it was Squid Game. You'd see the elevator come up, and people are like,
They're like waving, and it's
bye.
packed. It's packed like sardines.
Last year
They're
they opened up the staircase for people, but they only did that if there was a hotel person to moderate the staircase.
Yeah, but
It'd be
it was just absolutely horrid.
It was.
And then
it
Aaron,
was
here's the
bonkers.
funny thing about Aaron. What he's talking about is he actually came up at the elevator, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh, we're done again. And then here comes Aaron's like, make a J. I'm like, all right, cool, dude. And I'm waving. I can't even tell who it is. Then all of a sudden I notice his shirt. I turn around to JB. I'm like, did that guy just have a Viper Island shirt on? And Jim was like, oh man. And we were just like,
it was a Swiper shirt,
dude.
yeah.
And it was actually
Swiper Island.
It was Swiper Island. And I was like, okay. And it was funny as hell, man, because again, it was so surreal. It was just we were trapped up there for, I think, 10 minutes before we actually got an elevator.
Maybe longer than that.
Yeah.
I mean, I got footage of most of it, and it's going to be on my next video.
We were the damn.
Well, I was surprised I got up the elevator. Remember when you called me on the Saturday and said, hey, Ken, where is everyone? People like vendors are trying to buy stuff off of us, and we have no machines and no change drawer down here. And I quickly ran from breakfast, and you're like, you're going to be lucky to get up those elevators, but I did.
Yeah,
right?
Dude, you have the luck of the dragon, man. Because
I had the luck of the dragon, and remember, I came back down really shortly. That, Jay, is a story I haven't told you yet. I knock on Steve's door. Nobody.
It's not luck. There's tricks. There was tricks to those elevators.
I know. So imagine. So, like, remember, Steve gave me his spare room key. He's like, if all else fails, use the room key and just interrupt me. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna interrupt him. I swipe the car. I swipe the key to go in. He's like, Ken. He's like, he's getting up. What time is it? I'm like 8:55. He's like, what time does the show start? 9. And he's just like,
well,
oh,
that's
shit.
what happened to Adam. That's exactly what Adam had no idea. The early bird.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just like, I'm gonna grab both card readers.
It's not like we're there to sell stuff. What do you need to be there early for?
Oh, I know.
I was just there to hang out with people. What's the selling stuff that you're talking
I think
about?
by the time I got into the room, the lineup was already coming in, and I'm running in with a change drawer and the 2 credit card machines, and we're like getting tethered while the lineup is going. And I think Steve came down in like 30 or 40 minutes later. So, man,
no, it was a full team effort, just like anything else, right? And the team really gelled, and it was pretty amazing seeing everybody come together. Crash was like, as Ken mentioned, Crash was like instrumental. He was like, we need change. Ken, go get change. And we're like, okay.
Well, yeah, he's literally like going up to me. I'm like, well, you work for me. He's like, you go get change now. I'm like, okay. So I go and run down to get change, and I come back. I'm like, is this enough, Crash? He's like, yeah, good boy. I'm like, okay, get back to work.
That's why Crash couldn't talk before. Jay made sure he couldn't bark commands at us.
Crash kept us laughing all weekend, man.
Because all we had were 20s, right? So yeah, I ran as far as I could because nobody would provide change. Like I'd be like, you know where I can get small change? And I think Jason Packard goes, good luck.
It was too funny. It was crazy. It was a great weekend, man. Like it really was.
Yeah.
Okay, trying to keep this on point because joining us hot and heavy right now is the man, the myth, the legend. Toy Kind of Moon is here, guys. Look at this man.
There he is.
Throwing on a shirt, just making himself all all
Presentable.
presentable and stuff. It's what's going
See,
on?
he's
Travis?
got that
Literally-
weird Bruins symbol on his hat.
That's why I put this on, because we got hockey fans in the house.
We
You do,
Many a
but the
hockey
Bruins,
fans.
but who did the Bruins beat to win their last Stanley Cup, Travis?
I wish it was Florida, but it was
Yeah, you
your
wish
team.
you wish it was
So do
Florida,
we.
but it was the Canucks.
Every
So,
Canadian,
so
every
if
Canadian
you don't mind,
everywhere.
I like you with a backwards hat look tonight. So
every Canadian everywhere wishes it was anybody but Florida.
I feel bad for Travis. Every time he invites me on a stream, I've already got like pre-populated. Nope, I'm busy. Like it just auto populates in our chat. No, I'm busy. Mega J sends a stream. I automatically jump on. So Travis.
I don't even get an auto-populated I'm busy. I just don't get an answer.
Well, work harder and maybe you'll get Travis status.
What's going on, Moody? How are we doing tonight, brother?
Well, first of all, Ken denied being on the show when I only had 1,000 subscribers, but now he's happy to be on.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
When you hit 1,100, I was like, okay,
Big time Toy Connections Ken.
I'm gonna be on this gravy train once you hit 1,100.
That was
1,100. I was like, Moody, buddy, old pal. Then I hit
I'm gonna say,
1,200.
I feel
Then I
really
hit 1,200.
honored
I'm like,
that.
see you later.
I'm just kidding. How are we doing tonight?
How you doing? How you doing, Moody? Everything good?
I'm good. I'm actually I was prepping my show. I'm going on Sunday. I don't mean to promote my show already.
No.
I'm going live Sunday with Fresh Monkey Fiction.
Nice.
Very nice.
So I was prepping that, and then I was messing around with YouTube, and you guys were on, and here I am ruining my night.
Oh, we love it. We love it.
What I'm here for, free of charge.
Who you having on, Travis?
What was it?
Who from Fresh Monkey Fiction?
Bill.
Yeah.
Bill and I don't. So here's the funny thing. I'm putting these notes together, and I'm like, is Chris an official member? You know, like he was in the panel and he does the Paint Master stuff, but I'm like, I don't know if he's officially Fresh. I think Fresh Monkey's just Bill, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I only met Bill this weekend, and that was I think he's got a lot of people that kind of work with him and that he works with, and like so he's got people that do like sculpt stuff and paint stuff, and like everybody loves him. Like no one's got a bad word to say about the guy, which is awesome. I mean, in an industry where people are pretty cutthroat sometimes.
Until Sunday when I get bad mouth him on the air. No, I'm kidding. But no. But you're right. So Chris is from Grindhouse Toys, and he's but when I told Bill Chris was on, he was like, yeah, he didn't. It wasn't weird. So I feel like he's part of that family. And then, like he said, he was on the panel, and then Mark's on Gridiron.
Well, they're all working together, right?
Yeah. So
who you got co-hosting? You got Bobby for this one, or you
just
don't start angling in now, buddy. Too late.
Wait, hey, he's got 1,100. When he passed 1,100 subscribers, I hitched my wagon to Toy Kind of Mood. I haven't left since. You know,
we're at 4,100 now, which is just blows my mind.
Good. Say that it really makes me feel more honored that Ken appears on my channel so much.
Oh man,
he misread how many decimal places were behind my zeros.
I read it in Canadian, so
it was so.
See, that's why
the conversion.
I'm like,
it was
50,000 in Canadian.
Ken version.
I'm only subscribed to Travis on my laptop, so that's in American. You know?
Yeah, there we go.
For Oz, it's on my phone. Sweet.
Shout out to Mega J, because when we had like 5 subscribers, he was like, "Yeah, I'll do it," and this guy's got like 20,000. So I'm like,
you know, I don't understand. First of all, let me just say, it was so great hanging out with everybody here except for Ross. It was. No, I'm just kidding, Ross. We love you.
Except for Ross,
he wasn't there, right?
I know. It sounded weird.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I was doing that as a dig anyway. But no, it was so great seeing everybody in person. You know, because like. Moody and I did a stream for like 2 seconds. Like he came in and he left. It was awesome. It was like he said that he calls me. This was a fun story. He calls me. He says, "Jay, you want to come on my stream?" I'm like, "Sure, let's do it." And then all of a sudden, he doesn't even show up for the freaking stream. He's like that for like 30 seconds.
You got bugs.
The man comes in. He comes in. He's like, he's like, all right, guys, I'm here. I'm working, but I'm here. And all of a sudden, okay, give me a second. He freaking disappears. Then he goes, hey, I'm just walking through a studio. I'm like, what the is he doing? Like he's going through. He's like, it was the funniest thing ever. It was so good. It was so great. And you know, we got Bobby. He's like, yeah, okay, we're just gonna keep going. And it's so great. And this guy, the crazy thing, the best thing about Travis is he freaking like will not stop. He's like, Jay, send me the stuff. I need it now. I'm like, okay, I'll send whatever. Like 2 days later, Jay, send me the stuff. I really need it. I'm like, okay, hold on for it. And then literally like an hour later, he's like, Jay, seriously, I need this stuff. I'm like, okay. And I really get it because I procrastinate. I procrastinate a lot.
I did that to Bill today, and because I was putting the art together to promote the show, and I was like, I need that logo for Soldiers of Fortune because there's nothing. It's so new that there's like generic logos. There's not the official one. I was like, I need it, and then he took too long, so I made the art. And the second I sent him the art, he sends me the Soldiers. I was like, all right, guess I gotta throw that in. But yeah, I'm very like I'm on it. Otherwise, I'm gonna watch like basketball or something.
No, but I love it because you know, like in terms of like organization and like getting it done, you know, Travis is the man. Like, you know, seriously, easy. Like I love it because I joke about this all the time, but I knew it was going to happen too. I was like, yeah, there are going to be 5 people at my panel because, like, again, I came in so late, I didn't think anybody was going. And Travis was like,
there was more people than that on the panel.
Yeah. It was fun.
No, but nobody watching us.
And
I was watching. What are you talking about?
It wasn't that
online.
The room
Online
attendance
was a
wasn't
good
that.
audience.
3 days before, Travis called me up. All right, what are we talking about? I'm like, I don't know. We're talking about anything, man. We're just
You can
like,
tell anybody.
We're doing anything.
People keep asking me. People were like, "What's the panel about?" And I was like, "I will tell you when I'm sitting there on the panel." And it is brought to.
It was
when I get the notes, I'll let you guys know.
It was a typical Mega J thing, right? Like, everybody, we just do it. We just like, you know, we'll do it live. We'll do it live.
I don't get any heads up. I was in a meeting before jumping on tonight, you know, with a couple of guys doing, you know, working on a future project, and like I didn't see until like the stream had already been going for a while, and I'm like, oh crap, I was invited to a stream. Like, all right, let me refresh some coffee here real quick and jump on, and then Jay made me drink like, you know, 90% of it within the first 5 minutes. What fest were you at this weekend, Jay?
Everybody here. I think even Adam
PowerCon
is probably
PowerCon.
pretty familiar with how I do things, which is basically I'll call you up in the middle of the night and say, "Hey, you want to jump on?" And everybody.
I feel like sometimes I'm like asleep and I get a message and it's like, "I'm live. You want to jump on?" I'm like,
I've had those
What's
too.
going on?
Like, I think for about 3 months straight, I was just sending apologies to Jay, like Saturday morning, like, sorry, Jay, I was already asleep.
This is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand about people, right? Like, well, maybe it's not that I don't understand it, but it's more of I am just like, I will stream with anybody. I don't care. I love you guys. You know what I mean? Yeah. I will fucking it doesn't matter to me, right? Like, big, small, high, tall, I don't care, right? We're all freaking trying to get noticed.
Man, it's just fun to talk toys. It doesn't matter who it is. Like, if you're
no matter
if you
what
like
you're
toys,
into.
talking about toys is like the next best thing.
Yeah, why fight it? Why?
That's
why
what
have
set
all
the
these
tone
people-
for the Clubhouse streams. Was literally just that idea of getting as many people as we can in on a stream to talk about this passion we share. Period. No matter what kind of toys you like, unless you're Funko Pop, get out of here.
Not a toy.
It's not. It's a little vinyl statue. It's not a toy at all.
That's my feeling.
And that was purposely for you, Jay.
Of course, I knew that was coming.
Well, Jay, I have a counterpoint for that.
Sure.
I'm not going to entirely agree with that. Is that all right? Can I be the
No, that's
devil's
fine.
advocate?
Again, we like.
Let's hear the moody hot take right now.
Well, right now, I go back to work on the TV show I'm working on Wednesday, but for a whole month, I wasn't working. So I was basically full-time YouTubing it. So I took it very seriously, especially with JoeFest. And I'm far, far removed from where you and Ken are at and a lot of others. So I'm like, I have to treat this serious. Everything has to matter. Like, I can't just, there's so many times. See, this is why you and Bobby get along great, and you've done the streams with him. Ken likes Bobby because Bobby just wants to talk toys and hang out, and he has a job, he has a wife, and like all that stuff. I'm single. I'm not working until Wednesday. I'm like, I have momentum. I have like, I don't know. I just like, I took it serious like a TV producer. And I think that's why I jumped 1,000 subs in 2 weeks or whatever, 3 weeks, whatever it was, 2 or 3 weeks, because it was my full-time job. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know if I had 15 plus and it's like successful and well known, then maybe I wouldn't care. But because I'm trying to elevate myself, it's the only thing I have going on right now for myself.
Ride that
is
wave,
this.
Travis.
Yeah,
'Cause I remember when you were
absolutely.
having trouble trying to break out of 500 or 600, right?
Right.
Then you hit 1,000. Then you kind of got another lull, but you were
Mhm.
already in
It
four
was a
digits. So you're
long
like,
lull
okay,
from
I have a little
1,000
bit of
to a few
credibility now.
thousand.
Now,
It's like,
and then you kind of lulled again. And then around just when you got past 2, you got from like 2 to 4 in like almost no time. You know,
a year.
and I'm sitting there, I'm like, what's going on here? Like I've never seen a surge like that. You know, so yeah.
No, it's about consistency. At the end of the day, it's always about consistency. It's always about doing the grind.
Your
and-
Hasbro interview really hit. That was the one that was like whoosh, you know.
Yeah, but
the
it's
one with Letty.
beyond that. But I want to.
There were other ones too, but that was one where I noticed you take the big jump. So,
but I want to hear what Jay was getting into something.
No, it's at the end of the day, it's about hard work and consistency, and what it really boils down to, because it shows is connecting with your community is the biggest thing I find. As long as you are able to connect with your community, that is the biggest thing. So if you're speaking what your community wants to hear, and you know what, I've seen it. Moody says it all, like a lot of times what happens is in one of a Toy Kind of Mood streams, we'll divert to like something like sports, and within 5 minutes, Charles will be like, no, let's get back on Joe, because like that's really important. Like we got to keep down, and that's good in a lot of ways. That's you got to stay laser focused, because people are here specifically to talk about this, right? And the moment you diverge, a lot of times people are like, okay, when are we going to get back to it? And you see it in the comments too, right? So it is important to really keep on point, stay on target, right? But it's all about the connecting to your audience that I find, because the more you connect to your audience, the more people want to come back every week just to say, hey, what's Travis talking about today, right? Like what is Bobby talking about today, right? And how is Lawrence gonna crash this panel? And it's that it's that fun stuff that happens all the time. But you can interject new ideas and new stuff, but a lot of times that really becomes detrimental, because a lot of times people will say it all the time. Like, you got to niche down. Once you find what's working for you, you really got to just double down on it, triple down on it, and make sure that you stay to it. Like my channel used to be nothing but anime and cartoon reviews, but the moment I switched to toys, everything changed. And you know what? That's what I do now. Toy news and toy hunts and I even made 2 channels which are growing, right? So
it is hard to move out of your niche. Like I'm starting to become like a GI Joe channel, to the point where it's like if I put up something else, it's kind of like a bit of a dud. I don't like that feeling, but I still want to do it because long term, I'm hoping it all stabilizes, and that's not what I become. That can be my forefront. That can be my main topic, but I don't want it to be the only thing I'm known for. Right.
Same.
Right.
Yep. The channel really only grew when I started to do stuff like Marvel and Mezco and Turtles and whatever, because GI Joe has a limited audience. The most popular GI Joe podcast YouTube channel is very beloved, and they don't even have what you have, Ken. And that's like, it's consistent numbers, but it has a glass ceiling because it's just.
Are you talking about Full Force?
Yeah, and it's like he has 5.5, and I love Full Force. Chris is my dude. Like we've had
Chris is
drinks
the
in person.
best.
So
Chris is awesome.
We've hung out in person. He doesn't drink, but we've hung out in person. We talk all the time. I've been a co-host on Full Force a couple times, which he never has co-hosts unless it's
For GI Joe news. You're right. For vintage GI Joe stuff, I mean, you've got Joe Berg, HCC just retired.
I'm just talking classified, but yeah. But
you're right. Classified doesn't have that by comparison. Whereas you look at some of the Transformer guys out there, right? Or the Marvel crew, right?
Turtles is the gift that keeps on giving. The damn thing never wants to die. I mean, like it is.
But they also give you copyright strikes, so you have to be a little bit careful in that.
You do have to be. You do have, no matter what, you got to watch your toes whenever you do anything, right? But in terms of like the market share,
Playmates are the best.
In terms of the market share, everybody can talk about turtles to some degree. I mean, you know, Hatter's into turtles, like a lot of people, because again, it just reaches such a broad audience, and it keeps transforming itself every few years, and kids fucking love it. So you know, it's a great jumping off point if you want to grow and grow quickly. So and I purposely don't do turtles because I know so many people are into it, and you know, that's why I've niched down on MOTU a lot. But MOTU even has a limited audience as well. But it's just a passion that I have for it, right? So you know, a lot of people do know.
It's limited, but that MOTU audience is big.
Die hard and
it's
loyal.
international.
It is.
Crash,
say something, buddy.
Something.
There he goes. I can hear it.
I heard something that time.
Say it again.
Something.
There we go. There he
There
is.
it
Crash
is.
is in the house, guys.
Crash was the Delta 17 booth MVP.
That's right. He was holding it down. What's going on, buddy?
I feel like MFP, most fattest person of the booth.
Okay, we'll give John the MVP award then.
There you go. John's a hard worker. He worked hard. Yeah. He kept us cool. He didn't kill anybody. Everything went great.
Like I knew you were fixing to kill somebody, Crash, but nobody pissed you off badly enough. You know.
Crash is gonna say the craziest things. It's good to have him. How you doing? How you doing, Crash? Everything?
He had
good?
the best one-liners all week.
You know what? Actually, you know what? I want to congratulate Crash. He's gonna be a dad second time over. Congratulations, buddy. That is so awesome.
Nice. Appreciate it.
On purpose?
On purpose.
Hopefully this time it's not another set of twins. I don't need no more twins. It needs to be a single.
Wow. Crap. No way. That is so great, man. That is so
great. We find out how many heartbeats Wednesday.
Congratulations.
It's huge.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. As soon as he gets back from JoeFest, he's like slammed with like, "Hey, I got a surprise for you, honey."
It's like, what is it? Oh, I'm pregnant. I'm like, no, I didn't got the phone. I ain't time to process. I'll call you back. I thought, I don't know how it happened.
Now, to be clear, you were only gone a couple days, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Jesus, Adam! Like, wow.
My wife knows better than that
question. Just a question.
That's how people come up missing.
You know, you gotta ask. Sometimes you gotta ask.
So happy for you.
It's true.
That's brutal.
Many a friend who went away for months at a time and came back, and it's like that math is not adding up.
Well,
hey, 21 years in the military. Yeah, I've seen
it happens.
It happens to a lot of guys.
Well, when you
it's nothing like me, and I can't understand why.
Well,
are you retired now, JB?
When you run a good game like I do, you ain't got to worry about that shit.
I hear you.
There it is.
Bernie Lomax. 1999 to 2003, Turtles did die as it was a time period where no toys were ever made. TMNT was in a limbo as both owners parted.
That's
this
right.
Is true.
That's when Eastman.
And that was also like that time of the the Next Mutation or the live action
favorite. That's my favorite version.
And like they just didn't seem to know how to make toys of those for some reason, even though they had
added Venus to the team, right?
Right.
Let me tell you something. The toys that NECA made are nightmare fuel. Okay, those things will haunt my dreams, man. And like, love
that Turtles on Tour set.
Yeah, the freaking eyes.
I want that set. I'm kind of late to the Turtle toy game, and I really want that set.
Oh, God, those things are freaky.
Did you guys see the Joy Toy Turtles?
Those are
dude, instant buy.
I gotta say, I've never bought Joy Toy before, but the way those turtles look, I'm kind of like, yes. And then on top of that, the Playmates 40th anniversary turtles too, with their updated versions.
The Pimple Turtles.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're teenagers; they got acne. So,
oh my God, acne.
I'll say this, you can go back, you can check the footage, check the tape. I said this before. I was gonna wait until we saw like productions, like actual production versions of those figures. They looked weird in the pre-production shots.
They did.
They don't look as bad
They
in
look good. It's
package.
just the texture looks weird now,
But I
right?
get what they're going for.
Me too. I mean, if any who's ever held a turtle knows.
But it's still enough of a crater valley that it can be just a bit weird for anybody. Right? It's just I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. The pitting was just too deep. If they just kind of had surface pitting, I think it would have been fine. It's a hit and miss for them. But they have full articulation though. That is really cool, man. Like that is something
That was the exciting part.
Really
right?
is exciting, right? Never hear this, but TMNT video games don't get enough love, especially the Turtles in Time and Hypers. You know, I don't know about that. I mean, like Teenage Mutant Ninja
Turtles
Turtles
in
as
Time
arcade
gets a lot
games
of praise.
Turtles the
are
arcade
a lot
game.
of fun, right? A lot of fun, and I think what really happens is that again, in terms of like the big video games like Street Fighter and this and that, but when you're talking about classic beat ups, everyone goes back to Turtles. I don't know anybody who doesn't like the original arcade game or Turtles.
Turtles Arcade and Turtles in Time.
Well, I mean, Double Dragon's up there too as far as beat 'em up games.
Yeah, but I mean,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
talking like 4 friends on a one cabinet. You can't.
Right.
Yeah, in an arcade cabinet, you're right, because the NES version was only 2 players. So yes.
Yeah, but like Children of the X-Men, the 4-player game is still not as fun. Like that's a great,
X-Men
great
Arcade.
game, but it is not as fun as Turtles, in my opinion. Like,
I think the only arcade like side scroller beat 'em up that I appreciate more than Turtles is probably Simpsons.
That's a good game.
There we go. It just popped
I was
up.
going to say K Dog's right on board with
K-Dog
it.
is right on like you guys are like wavelength.
Right.
Like it's this,
And I think Derek Kuto wanted to say Double Dragon, which is why he said I read his mind. So like those are the two that came to mind for me.
Double Dragon is another good one. Battletoads.
Right.
Final Fight. Yeah.
I was 42 years old and sitting in a hotel room before I learned that there was an Aliens versus Predator like side scrolling game like that. It was wild. There's zombies in that movie.
Dude, that was one of my favorite arcade games because it was like our first experience of AVP. Like the comics had just come out. There was that and then the toys.
So total tangent, and I sort of interrupted the flow of the conversation, but that was so Friday night we hung out. The AWOC team hung out with the Creative Beast Studios team. David had a Nintendo emulator, and we played that whole game from start to finish. I'd never seen that game before, and the whole time they're like, "That's this alien," and they're like, "David sculpted that in the neck-align," and I was like, "What? This is the weirdest thing."
It's true.
That's the one based off of the arcade. Then there was also
It was the arcade. Yeah, it was the arcade one because it was the emulator for it. So.
And there was a console version of it too that most people forget, where in the arcade you had a choice between 2 different Predators and like 2 different Marines. The one was actually supposed to be Arnold, but they couldn't use Arnold.
It was his brother. I was told by David, who sort of has the portfolio on how that's all supposed to work.
So they released a version for console, and all you could pick was one Predator. That was it.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah.
You know what though? It was a lot of fun to play. It was a lot of fun to play because you couldn't find the cabinet anymore by that time.
Yeah. Derek Kuta says Ultra Beast would be very cool figures. They just released one. They just released the figure. Here's the thing. It's not very good. It is a disappointment. I think that they could have done so much better with that. I mean, like
it's tiny, but that's because it's like that scale that they're going for.
But it's generic. It's so generic. Like Foray would do a really good job with Ultra Beast, I think.
Oh yeah.
But I think it's. I mean, when you think about the game, though, and,
I was going to say
going back to the simplicity of the game, I think that's probably what they were going for.
Me too.
Can you bring up Bernie Lomax's last comment there?
Sure. Give me Captain Planet and Cops. They are missing lines. This is really true. Actually,
we got Cops
like toy lines.
Cops is not.
Cops is no longer missing.
That's true.
New,
actually,
Travis showed me the picture.
Yeah. Who was it? Kentucky Fried? Sorry, no. It's Punch Monkey.
Well, Chicken Fried has the 4-inch license.
Fresh Monkey
has the. Wait a minute.
Fresh Monkey's doing Cops.
Cops and Crooks.
Adam, Travis showed you the photo.
Yeah, I hadn't been by the table yet.
Okay. I see. So you and Travis actually knew each other before tonight. So like Travis doesn't show me stuff.
Yeah, we knew each other since Sunday afternoon.
Travis doesn't give me previews. He's just like, you come join my panel, just talk for a bit, but I won't give you any perks other than a shirt.
So as much fun as JoeFest was, because it was just incredible, and of course meeting all these wonderful gentlemen, save Osterman's Toys, who was gonna go, but he had other priorities. Yeah. It was an absolute blast. Want to switch topics a little bit and talk about some drama that happened a couple of days ago. San Diego Comic-Con is we are on the heels of San Diego Comic-Con, and Hasbro decided to put all of their exclusives behind a portal. Is everybody aware of that? Like, this is kind of weird.
Weren't they last year?
Yeah, I think last year was a little bit different.
Hold on. Hey, Mega J, I've been at Comic-Con 10 times. Do you want me to talk about it?
Yeah, sure. Like, I'm not
sorry, I didn't mean to go crazy and interrupt, but I'm like, instead of speculating, the portal system is something. As far as Comic-Con, who's been? I don't want to explain.
Jay's been.
I've been.
Just Jay. So you already know about the portal system then?
I know about the portal system for other things, but the thing is that Hasbro really's never been involved in the portal system that I can remember, because when I was so here I'll just really tell my story quick. Whenever I've gone to San Diego Comic-Con, it's usually let's take Mindbender for example. They were giving out QR codes that you had to actually scan in order to get and it's only pre-orders. They don't actually have any freaking stock
about
there.
The years before classified, they used the portal.
Okay, but that was before that was before I actually went. So that was years ago. Right?
So like Black Series Boba Fett, and trying to think what else, that the Red Mandalorian, I think it was. Some of the Black Series stuff I used to collect from Comic-Con, we had to win the portal. And the only reason I got it is because I would email PR from Hasbro. And this is before I even had a YouTube. I just had a blog that nobody read, but it was enough to get into Comic-Con.
That's my point right now, though, Travis, right?
Yeah.
So why don't you go ahead, since you know so much about the portal, explain what'll happen now that
horrible.
They're back. Yeah,
it's horrible.
Yeah.
If you thought people were mad at Hasbro for the QR code and everything else Hasbro does, wait till they see the portal. The portal is a lottery, basically. Like you pick spots. So you have 10 spots, and in those 10 spots, their chances, it's like putting a lottery. You select what you want. So you could put Funko, Mattel, Tamashii Nations, maybe NECA. I'm not sure. But you put like a bunch of stuff. So you could put like all Hasbro to give you the 10 chances towards Hasbro. But if you want Funko, or if you want, Mattel, which is going to have the Heartbreak Kid, exclusive and all that stuff, then you might have to pick some Mattel, some Hasbro. That's been the portal in the past. And now it's like you have to win a chance to wait in line to pay for a figure. It's a lot of loopholes, and they're going to have very limited quantities on Pulse. I think a lot less than what's his name, Chuck's, for sure.
Yeah, and that seems to be the biggest thing. And Bernie's saying it right here. Dumbest thing SDCC's ever done. Portal feels like a paywall in a video game. It's a very, very scary thing for a lot of collectors, because a lot of people are just traveling there literally to buy some exclusives. And I made a video called Access Denied, and people are losing their minds. As Travis actually explained the whole thing in like a minute, and it seems like it's simple, but it's not. I mean, just looking at how this works, these are exactly what Travis was talking about. You literally have to select your time. You have a credit limit of 12 per day, right?
So 12 and not 10, but close.
Yeah, well, there you go, right? But there's the thing, and you have to.
You don't know shit, Travis.
What you actually want. It's crazy.
Wait till I get 17,000 subscribers, then I'll know everything.
And the thing is, like, the worst part about this, and I was saying this earlier, is like, how many time slots do they have in this day, right? And if you're not there at the right time, do they give away your slot? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, right? And it's the other way. Like I said, giving people QR codes or doing something like the way Mattel does it, at least in the past. Now, I wasn't really happy with Mattel because I got up to 3 people before they closed the line, and I was so pissed off, right? Because I couldn't get the Master Universe He-Man transformation set. But those are the way that's the way that cookie crumbles. But I want to put it to the panel right now. Travis is already pretty much, I know what Travis is feeling, but what do you guys think about this brand new system, which is not really brand new? It's been around for decades, right? But returning, how about this? What do you think about returning to this system? Because it's a lot of people are saying it's a shit show. Anybody want to take a stab at it? Like JB, Oz? Oh,
I mean,
Adam
go
has.
ahead. Go ahead, Adam. Go ahead.
Do you remember when we were younger and the internet didn't exist in the form that it does now, and you would see these exclusives for San Diego Comic-Con and you go, man, wouldn't it be cool if I could get that toy? And then you moved on with your life because you're like, I'm never going to get it because Facebook doesn't exist and I don't have friends all over the world that are toy collectors that can help me out or whatever. That was the reality that I just assumed would exist for the rest of my life as a child. So like we get hung up on this shit, but it's like, it's ridiculous. It's toys. We're talking about toys. People are like, this is a life or death situation. That's my first point. My second point is this. For the last 3 years, I've gotten every San Diego Comic-Con exclusive that I've wanted without ever even considering booking a ticket to San Diego. I think we're all getting so excited and like anxious about something that like may not be that bad because the SH Figure Arts has done like the timed thing for the last couple years. And if you go at the end of the afternoon and you're like, is there any of these left? They're like, yeah, I'll sell you that. Like, they don't even care. Like, there's a weird disconnect between like what happens before San Diego Comic-Con and what ends up actually happening. And like, because the portal thing aside, there was the QR code from Hasbro. There was the last few years with Hasbro, like since the classified lines existed, which is for all intents and purposes how long I've cared about San Diego Comic-Con exclusives. I've gotten all of them, and it's not even been like challenging to get them. I've reached out to friends that I know that are either going, or I've just sort of put it out there in like different groups and been like, hey, if anybody has any insight into like how I can get this, like literally zero stress. Not even like, will I get it? Won't I get it? So I will reserve my frustration for like, what is it? Is 2 weeks away, right? I'll reserve my frustration for like 3 weeks from now. And I'll wait and see like how this actually plays out.
All right. JB, you wanted to?
No, I mean, Adam, you said a lot of, points that I definitely agree with. I think it's some of the guys or the collectors that just don't understand the process and they immediately get mad. Like, from the ground level, I'll meet guys in the store like, man, for example, the Chuckles. I knew a guy and he went and dropped 3 times as much because he's a completionist and he needed to have it. And I was just like, he's like, JB, they got some more on eBay. I'm like, I'm waiting. And sure enough, it was available because we all kind of know. I think there's a few out there that are going to get all fired up. And of course, the flippers out there that are going to want to just get them all, flip them and things like that. So I agree. It's
a valid point.
It's just an exclusive, and I'm pretty sure we're all going to get our chances as long as you're persistent and consistent on trying to get it, and if not, don't. I really hate it when people really try to spend 3 or 4 times more on something so new when it probably going to, especially Hasbro. I mean, look, they're like, hey, look at what we got back in stock. So, I think it's dumb, but at the same time, I'm not going to sweat it.
Oz, any comment?
I'm pretty much right up there with these guys, right? I mean, one thing that I've seen consistently over the last few years is everybody freaks out about Chuckles and Mindbender and everything. And then like a week and a half after San Diego Comic-Con, I'm watching Mega J walk into a GameStop in Canada and picking them up right off the shelf.
Right.
So like, and people still haven't even got the ones they pre-ordered at, you know, San Diego Comic-Con yet. Mega J's just like, yeah, let me walk in here and go grab this. So, you know, like, I don't see a point in
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, exactly. As much as they are, because, you know, first off, as toy collectors, we all know how it is. If we want it, we're going to get it no matter what it is.
Yeah.
I agree. It sucks if you're going to pay 3 times the price because the FOMO got to you. Play it patiently. You'll find a better price. It's almost guaranteed. So, you know, just kind of wait it out. Hasbro will re-release it on Pulse in like a month. You know, they'll want to sell more units before Christmas, whether it was con exclusive or not. It's gonna happen. Mindbender went up how many times? You know, it's really just gonna be one of those things. You know, forget the FOMO, relax, breathe. It's okay. The only time you're gonna have issues with it is where was the comment just a little ago? Bryce said it. Here it was. Hold on, Jay. I'm going to highlight this one a bit. If you don't have friends, that does make things a little difficult. Reach out to one of us. You hit us up on social media, we can put you in touch with somebody who can help.
You got 2 weeks.
Yeah, you can make a friend in 2 weeks. Friends. I promise.
You know. Ken, any thoughts?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like everybody else. People start asking, hey, are you going to go? Can you help me get the exclusive? Do you have a friend who can help us get the exclusive? Can you get the QR code? That's the kind of thing that I usually find. And I'm sitting there going, I haven't even gone through the list of exclusives. So that's my own experience with it. Like, as for whether the system is right or wrong, I'm not sure, because I was one of those, and Travis knows this, I was one of those who got a Chuckles last year, and that was the only one that I wanted. Maybe I've got the blinders on and I'm not thinking about the overall picture. So maybe I'm not the best person to ask. I just know that last year, Kayla Silva was like, you need a QR code for Chuckles? I don't even collect classified. I'm like, yeah, okay. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask on that front. And then I see the other exclusives and I don't really have an interest, right? We all want things to be easier. Like if Hasbro's listening, and you know, we could all kind of just fan vote and say, hey, can you just make things easier for us to get and not create the FOMO? Go for it. However, they must have.
Yeah, but I get why they do.
That's the thing. It must be a business decision to do
it, right?
Is.
It's 100% a business decision.
I mean, just look at any exclusive that we had at JoeFest, even with the smaller companies, you know, holding this. Why do we call it an exclusive? Because it helps sell it, right? Yep. It's going to be on the website later, but we're putting a lag in between before it goes into the website so that more sell at JoeFest. Now scale that up for the size of the business the size of Hasbro. You get why they do it. I don't prefer it, but it's going to happen, and you have to find ways around it, right?
Yeah. Sometimes you got to create the demand.
Nice icon, by the way, Crash.
Yeah, Crash. Any thoughts?
Oh, I'm gonna get them Joes one way or another.
Exactly.
There you go.
Short and sweet.
You know what? I've never shied away from buying anything that I wanted. So the ones at JoeFest that sent me, I didn't come away empty-handed. I was spending money. It wasn't no big deal. I'll make more.
I have a question for Crash. I want to ask Crash something. There's a figure I'm missing in a collection, and it's the infamous X-Men 97 Rogue. And you're saying you'll do whatever it takes, you'll pay for this. That lady, she goes for $130 to $200, which is crazy. It's a regular
figure that's so new,
$25 Marvel Legend. I am not paying that for that.
I know. I sold one for about that price.
Right, but you would. I'm saying, like, if that was a GI Joe classified and you needed it, and it was $25, but they're selling it for $130, you would just pay it.
Well, I bought my His Tank aftermarket because I didn't back it, so.
There's a good answer.
You're one of the guys paying my rent.
You also bought the Sky Striker aftermarket.
Which version of that? Which version of the Rogue is that? I can't even remember that one.
97. It's the 97 Rogue, the one that just
the newest version.
Yeah,
and she's going for that kind of price because you cannot find her. Her and Wolverine jumped in price insane.
I saw her in
Are you serious?
She was at the convention. I saw her.
I'm pretty sure we can
Yeah,
find
for
a few of those up
130
there.
plus. Yeah.
I was
I
buying
wish
them at
I wish I'd
GameStop
known,
like
Trav. I saw one
24.
for $70 at JoeFest.
Yeah, I think.
Adam,
Yeah, I
Adam,
think I
All
saw
for
that one.
70?
Adam, I think
Yeah.
we can go to. I think we can go to freaking GameStop
I would
right
have
now. They
paid
have
that.
I don't know.
I'll keep my eye out.
I was gonna say, like,
70
I'm still
bucks.
checking some of my Walmarts because they did have her in, and like,
Those are-
I'm willing right now. I will go grab that rogue if I can
They're
find
Still,
one in one of the
and
Walmarts.
I will say
trade it
that
for
too. They're still
Wolverine.
shipping them. Like they're not.
Yeah.
I don't think they're through like distributing that figure.
Wave
Well,
Not
one.
yet.
I think
No,
The
they're still
cool thing
restocks.
is,
Yep.
we
I
have
think I
a
gotta
store
go.
here called Dirt Cheap. We get all the overstock and stuff like that of other stores.
Dirt
I get
cheap.
them fixed like $5 and $6 a piece in about a
Oh yeah.
month.
Oh yeah. Dirt cheap is the place. Dirt cheap has Ollie's and TJ Maxx and all those places all wrapped in one. Dirt cheap. I mean, it's
Wow.
the Dirt Cheap that I went to was very dirty, but you could find things really cheap in there.
Dirt cheap, dirty,
That is
dirt
no,
cheap.
no kidding. And
I've got some of the Python Patrol Trouble Bubbles with the Televiper in them for like $10, still in the box.
Holy crap!
Yeah, well, Target had those cheap too. You know,
Jay, how much did you get all those Castle Grayskulls for Origins?
that's a good one.
I refuse to answer that question on the grounds it might incriminate you.
Grayskulls were going at Walmart. Grayskulls in Canada were going for $27, I think, at the lowest, which is Canadian, so it's like $8 US.
Jay beat that.
I just might be able to beat that a little bit. I don't know. They will.
Jay's got the most awesome Castle Grayskull story from a retailer ever.
So, Adam, guess just because just for fun, how much do you?
Where'd you buy them?
Walmart. I bought at Walmart. Just take a guess how much I bought it for.
Oh wait, okay, 2 cents.
Correct.
So Walmart has a weird thing in Canada where when they're meant to take things out of the store, they reduce them to 2 cents, and that's like an indicator to like the stock people to like take them off the shelf. But they're lazy and they don't, and so they just leave stuff on the shelf. I bought stuff too, and when I scan it, it says 2 cents. I just go back and buy all of it. They had those, those Fortnite arcade game things.
Oh yeah.
They had a whole. They kind of shipped them in like flats. There was like 12 in a flat or whatever.
Yep.
And I grabbed a couple. They were like on a clearance. Walmarts are different everywhere, but Walmart here, at least where I live, they put the clearance stuff on the ends of the rows.
Yep.
And so they had them on there, but there was no price tag. And so I walked to where the little price checker is, and I scanned one. It said 2 cents, and I was like, if I don't buy these, so I bought like 10 of them, and then I just
See, that's the thing. It's always, if you're in the right place at the right time, things like magic can happen. And
did you feel guilty, Jay, when you bought them? I felt guilty buying.
Okay, so here's how guilty
I felt guilty. That's who I am. I'm just saying.
All right, let me ease your guilt a little bit.
I wish I didn't have that because they put it at that price. It wasn't me. I just bought it. It was at the price they put it at.
Let me ease your guilt a little bit, okay? The reality is, Grayskull is still sitting on that shelf in several different Walmarts. They've got repriced multiple times.
Man,
so
but you can't buy it online though.
It
doesn't matter.
No, this is what I'm trying to say, but it's not 2 cents no more. But it doesn't matter. They can't move them, right? That's the problem. So either you take them off the shelf, or they will keep sitting there. And if they keep sitting there, here's the other reality of life: Walmart will decide this product is no longer worth carrying after the fact. So if you didn't move it, then basically they would stop carrying it.
Well,
right?
Walmart in Canada does not stock Masters of the Universe.
That's my
most of the ones around me don't.
Right?
Either.
Nobody moved it.
Scott Knightlake is justified.
So don't feel bad. Like you basically, you know what, you saved that.
I don't feel bad. I just
you feel guilty.
Look, if you want to ease your guilt about it, you go buy it for 2 cents, right? And then you give it to somebody. You don't sell it to somebody. You give it to them.
No, if there's a real moral sort of dilemma there, you buy it for 2 cents, you sell it for $10, and then you donate that $10 to charity.
You're doing
well,
it.
There you go.
And then people win more than they would have if you didn't do that.
There you go.
And then you're the moral victor in that scenario.
Other than our moral implications that we continue to wrestle with, So just following up on this exclusive thing. The biggest hang up a lot of people are having is that for this particular exclusive, I think people are really just getting upset because the Cobra Commander Once a Man set is something which people are and it's a polarizing thing actually. It's amazing how polarizing this particular character is now becoming. But there are people who are just like salivating over this, and there are people who are literally like, I can live without it. But I wanted to get some comments from the panel. What do you guys think of Cobra Commander Once a Man? What does everybody think about this?
I'll just say this very quick. I want it now. I didn't want it when I first saw it. I was like, I don't need this version of Cobra Commander. I don't need anything about this. My buddy Ross, again, Creative Beast Studios, he sculpted the full Snake version. And I was like, damn it, why did you tell me that now? Why couldn't you tell me that in 3 weeks when I can't get it? Why do you tell me that now so I have to like fry to get it? So anyway, now I want it just because somebody that I know sculpted part of it. But this thing's weird.
Well, for me, I'm not a Joe collector, like that. So like it doesn't matter to me overall, except I do try to collect all the pets, and I want that damn Snake Cobra Commander. It would look good with my Origin Snake Men, right?
It would. It would look amazing with him.
Yeah.
I don't know, JB.
Yeah, I mean, if it's there and if I could grab it, I'm grabbing it. I got most of the classified run, and I'd like to add that to the shelf. Maybe a little display. I think it was your video. You talked about maybe a roadblock or something in there. So yeah, I'm digging it.
They posted a promo pic with Roadblock.
Yeah. And I think the price point on this one, it's not the best, but it's not the most outrageous.
No, I agree.
Right.
What's the price point?
It's $39.99.
Yeah.
Oh, that's easy.
Which is actually like, again, if you look at the sets in retail that come with the pets, that's like $5 cheaper. And this is an exclusive with special packaging. How often do we see that? Like never.
I think Crocmaster was 39 or 45 or something like that. And that
he
was
probably 45. Snake Eyes was 45.
Yeah. So,
hey, look who's up and about. Tony, what's going on, brother?
Yo.
You want to jump on? Travis,
I'll shoot him the link.
Can you send Tony the link, or
what's up?
Can you send Tony the link?
I get it.
Nah. Yeah, he could take my place. I'm just kidding. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can. No, it just says share screen slides.
I got it.
You send you send the StreamYard link here. I'll send it to him.
I got it.
I'll take hop off anyway, guys. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay.
Good to
Crash,
see you,
take
Crash.
care.
It was nice seeing you, Crash. Take care.
Take it easy.
Take care.
Bye, Crash.
What does everybody think of the this?
Say hi to your wife
I'll
for me.
talk about this real quick.
Okay, go for it.
It's not going to be easy to get. Everybody was all I never got to really say my piece in the last one because I was talking about the lottery, but I think the FOMO on classified is at an all-time high. I think WWE and G.I. Joe classified are like the hottest toys, the hardest toys to get at $25. Yes, Chuckles restocked a bunch of times. It's Chuckles though. This is Cobra Commander.
That's true.
It's half an animal lizard, but that makes it crazy. It's a perfect Comic-Con exclusive. Oz was right. The price is good too. You get deluxe packaging and it's $5 cheaper and it comes with an animal. So it's like they're setting for a home run with this. And we only factor in what Hasbro thinks. What does Comic-Con think? So remember when executives meet, it's not just Hasbro saying this is what it is. The people at Comic-Con have saying that too. So they're like, it has to be the lottery. It has to be this. It's not just Hasbro's. You have to factor in what Comic-Con wants. They want traffic driven to Comic-Con. If they make it too easy to get these things, what's the point of Comic-Con? What's the point of a Comic-Con exclusive if you could just type on Pulse and have a membership? No, it's not going to be easy. But if you're on it, if you keep up with us, everyone in this panel, and our social medias, and you can go to the bathroom at work and try to pre-order it on
Oh yeah.
when it goes up, you should get it. But if you're like, oh, I was working, I missed it, or I was not on social media for a week, then yeah, you're gonna pay for eBay. Like that's the way it is. But if you get your shit together and you're a collector, you'll get it. But you have
just try not to be in a meeting at that time, because that happens
Yeah.
too, right? You get a meeting
Yeah,
booked and you're
for
just
sure,
like,
for sure.
can I just have this tab open on my screen and hit refresh?
But this is way better than Chuckles. Look at the packaging. Look at the
How dare you?
I love Chuckles, but I'm saying this is just a better exclusive. It's a better
I don't know.
This is a better exclusive. Yeah.
Agreed.
Better exclusive, yeah.
He's
Okay,
not
but
like a mainstay single figure because it's a variant of Cobra Commander, and I
It's
really
Cobra Commander.
feel like variants are what need to be those kind of con exclusives, right?
For sure.
And I mean, this is a more unique variant than most, but we only
Agreed.
ever had
Yeah.
this guy in
Agreed.
one movie, so.
I know that I'm going to be a 1%er when I say this, but I want San Diego Comic-Con exclusives to be virtually impossible to get.
Jesus.
I want there to be toys that like people
You want the chase.
that will sell their babies to get, because that's
how
like
it used to be.
That's
the way it used to be.
That was
And that's what I'm
before
saying.
plastic.
It's like if
Well,
everybody can get everything, it's the whole idea of like everybody's special. It's like, well, if everybody's special, then nobody's special, and we're all just a bunch of losers.
Everybody's
Like,
a winner.
Look, I am unique
Agreed.
just like
I agree.
everybody
if
else.
exclusive, make it hard to get, but don't you don't have to make it impossible to get. Just make it so that like you can't just be like, oh, I've been asleep for 37 days and now I just wake up and just get it. It's like, no, that shouldn't be the way that it works.
Hey,
Right.
every hunt video I do, I was like, oh, that's the chase, and people that know me, they're like, that's sarcastic SOB. I'm just like, laughing. It's like, oh, look, there's another Blue Boots Hogan. There's another Blue Boots Hogan. Why? Because there's a million Blue Boots Hogans. It's like,
I don't even know
oh,
what that
chase
means, but it
is
sounds
not
like something that
nearly
nobody
as
should bother
chase
with.
as you would
I
wanna
know
think. I've
If it's
been
wrestling,
busy,
I'll bother
man.
with it all day.
Yeah, but I mean, they're out there. Oh, that's a chase. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I don't know.
Darth Promise seems to agree with you, Adam.
I agree.
I am the guy who I am a glass half full kind of guy. I want everybody to be able to get everything. I believe in a world. I would like to believe in a world where if you want something, you should be able to get it. But the reality is, in this world, everything is finite at the end of the world. At the end of the day, like you cannot continue to produce a toy that doesn't sell. It doesn't make any business wise. That doesn't make any sense.
It's only for Comic-Con though.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's exactly the point, Travis. Right? The reality is that you wouldn't impulse over something. You wouldn't crave something if it wasn't finite. I think FOMO, that is one of the truest things that's ever been like as
Hold
a
on.
term.
Well, I'm sorry to jump, but think about Michael Jordan shoes, right? Air Jordans. If they were so easy to get, nobody would give a flying fuck. I'm with him on it. Like seriously, like there's the FOMO, the hype beast stuff. Like that's what people want, stuff worthy of value in their collection. And there's people now, it could go both ways. People have sold off entire collections because it's not worth anything and it's too easy to find, and people have sold off entire collections because they can't get the grails, so they want to sell. So it kind of can go both ways. It's situational.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Tony, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, guys? You guys still up doing it, huh? I just came back from out and about for dinner and drinks, and I'm like, hey, what the fuck?
This is Tuesday for me, bro. This is
Ooh, yeah. Sake bombers, bro. Sake bombers went down real good. Sushi.
I bugged
Sushi
every
and
single
sake.
person here on the stream except for you to come and join me at like 2 a.m. in the morning. It's
I will. I have like one more sort of little point. I think if you're willing to put in the work, you should be able to find it. And I think Travis is kind of alluding to that. Like if you're paying attention and you're networking and you're kind of like talking to people and you're like you've put out the feelers and said like, hey man, I really want this Cobra Commander Once a Man figure. If anybody can help me out, you know, and you can sort of send me like a link or a message or pick one up for me. I'll pay what you tell me I need to pay, kind of thing. And if you're there, good for you, because like you got to get to San Diego, you got to pay for a hotel room, you got to like X, Y, and Z. Like there's so many expenses associated with going to a convention that I think people are just like, I'm going to sit in front of my computer and I'm going to be angry that it isn't delivered on a silver platter to me. And that's like the worst attitude a toy collector can have. And it drives me crazy because I mean, I'm pretty I'm sort of approaching this pretty nonchalant, like, hey, just make friends and do it. It's work, man. Like you like it's not work because like I enjoy talking to all the people that I talk to, and like I enjoy making connections with people and talking about toys and stuff like that. But if you're just gonna sit there and be like, Hasbro owes me a Once a Man figure, you don't get it. You just don't get it.
No. Yeah, none of us are.
Do you guys follow Jazzwares at all? Do you know Jazzwares?
Yeah, the AEW stuff and Halo stuff. Yeah.
So Jeremy Padawer loves exclusives. He loves chases. He loves grails, and he runs his company that way. He wants stuff worth a value. Like think about when AEW first came out, you couldn't find them at Walmart ever, but now they're
the first
everywhere.
wave, the first wave with the paler skin, everyone wanted that. Yeah.
A paler skin.
Well, no, like just the skin tones were off, right?
Okay.
Oh, did I miss a joke? Okay, I missed a joke. I missed my own joke.
That's a weird chase variant.
Yeah,
Tony,
it was light. It was light skin.
What are your thoughts about Once a Man?
I like it, man. I never liked Cobra La. It was all
Cobra
cartoon. And I'm like, I mean, Once a Man. So he's originally in Cobra cartoon. He's supposed to be from Cobra La, right? He's a scientist or whatever. I'm from the comic book, but I still got love for the.
Oh, you're so much better than us, Tony.
He stepped right out of the comic book.
But yeah, I come from the comic book world, you know, so I like but
where only one reality can exist at a time.
Cartoon was like, hey, that was cool, but for all the Cobra La fanatics out there, go for it. Hey, it looks the figure looks dope. I like it.
So you're not getting Nemesis Enforcer either?
Well, I might, because I saw a way to.
You're gonna get it 100%.
That customizer.
He's been in comics. He has been in comics.
I want to mess with the wings. I didn't like the way they're coming out, so I think I gotta. There's some Mythic Legions wings out there that.
Yeah.
I might mess with those with that Nemesis.
Yeah.
Woo!
I gotta admit that the wings are probably the weakest thing about Nemesis Enforcer.
Right.
They're not like beefy.
They're really weird. They're like really insectoid, bony out, and then the wings happen.
Yeah.
I'm used to the wings coming from the back, and
you
know that Venom type figure looking.
Yes.
You know.
I was about to say that. That's
right.
exactly.
No Venom or that. Where are the what figure do those wings from Mythic Legions come from? Those were badass. I saw those at Top Comics over there.
Yeah, they
got a couple different ones.
Yeah,
they're a bunch of
white. I seen them at the comic store, and they're really
white, sitting over there with the white ones.
They're demonic. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
You need a set of wings, Tony?
Yeah, I might
have a few.
Uh-oh.
Can't remember.
I was gonna say with Mythic Legions, you could buy just the wings.
Yeah.
You can stockpile just the wings.
Yeah, it's great.
Just the wings.
Yeah.
You can have a set of every color just in case you need them.
True story. Multiple colors.
So, I guess last comment on this one, because I keep getting this. Out of curiosity, everyone's opinion. Did G.I. Joe the movie actually destroy G.I. Joe for some people?
How dare you?
Yeah, it did. It did. Sorry, but it did for me.
Okay, there we go.
They added Don Johnson to the roster and it was ruined? What? Miami Vice? No.
I love Don Johnson, Miami Vice. Come on.
I'm not saying it wasn't without its moments. Right, but
they
to
can.
Me, my G.I. Joe
Did
movie
the Transformers movie ruin Transformers?
No, it was awesome.
It was.
It was so awesome.
Did you see how many
Overall,
kids
it was
cried
great.
from that? It was great. I mean, what?
It was so great. I saw people leaving the
This is
theater.
a whole like 2-hour conversation on any of this.
Man, objectively, that Transformers movie is way worse than the G.I. Joe movie.
No,
you know what?
Objectively,
you don't have the
Soundtrack-wise,
touch nor the power.
Transformers
Adam.
wins.
The G.I. Joe movie was.
It was the
Look,
first time I saw
soundtrack-wise.
blood. It was the first time I ever saw blood in a cartoon. It was crazy. It was absolutely insane.
Look, if we don't lose Optimus Prime in '86, is he as immortalized and cherished to us today?
No,
It
I love
aged really well, right?
hey, I was 40 years old when I saw that movie. I had no idea that Optimus Prime had ever died. He's probably died like 7 times.
I did. That's why I hated Transformers. I'm like, you guys killed him? The hell with this.
Optimus Prime is robot Jesus, man. Like he always come back.
We all get so hung up on these weird things when we're kids, but objectively, none of this is any good.
No, the
This
Transformers
live's so good.
movie is gold. It's the
It
best
is.
animated movie, like for me.
All right.
I mean, there's some Gundam animes and some Macross stuff that's pretty good out there. But
I'll
for
give you the
Western-
first like 30 minutes. But then once they split up,
I'm gonna
Dude,
say
what are you
this,
talking about?
okay?
The
I'm glad Jay forgot to ask me my thoughts on the Once a Man Cobra Commander, because the thought is this, right? How does Cobra Commander become a snake, but Megatron gets the Galvatron upgrade? You know, he gets to, I don't know, he gets all these really cool moments as Galvatron, but Cobra Commander gets turned into a snake. To me, that's not fair. It's not cool.
Well, he was
I don't know.
once a man.
I know, but like Galvatron gets this awesome upgrade and then like goes after Ultra Magnus and, you know, stands up to Unicron and he gets all these new troops and everything, and they just write Cobra Commander off in the most inglorious fashion possible. So that's why, to me, but that's my perspective. I don't know why. I've just always felt that way, even when I was a kid.
they had to big up Cobra Law.
Well, that's the thing, right? They had to. People see it differently. Like, I can't unsee it from when I was a kid. But a lot of people say, no, Ken, that's not the way to look at it. And they come at me with all these different ways. And I'm like, I understand, but it's been ingrained in me since I was like 5. You know what I mean? Or maybe 6, whenever I saw the movies. Right? So, yeah. So,
yeah. You know what? At the end of the day, as kids, we're always impacted by the world that surrounds us. And Transformers movie, for a lot of people, it either traumatized you as a kid or it made you just like, wow, that was amazing. Or sometimes just like it's just like, okay, whatever, next episode. But you know, G.I. Joe never had that chance to get into theaters, right? G.I. Joe, unfortunately, was the product of Transformers having traumatized so many children that they said, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. They still put blood in the damn movie, which is awesome. Right?
He killed Duke.
Like
He
Duke was
nearly
supposed to
got
die.
sick.
If you watch that scene and you ignore the one line that they put in there, he's gone into a coma. No.
This is Doc. He's gonna recover.
She was bawling her eyes out. Freaking Don Johnson,
He was dead.
Falcon grabs him and hugs him, and he's dead, man. He is
Don
dead as
Johnson.
Gordon. He's fucking dead. So you know, it was absolutely crazy. But you know, just to finish it off,
learned.
Just to finish it off, Tony, Travis, JB, did G.I. Joe kill G.I. Joe the movie? Did it kill the G.I. Joe line up to that point?
I don't think it did.
No,
I mean, but again, when I look at cartoons, I mean, even back then, cartoons and the lines, I'm just so easygoing. It's like I understand it's a cartoon. I'm not so in depth into all these storylines, especially as a kid. Yeah, it was sad, some of the things. And Ken brings up a good point about Cobra, Cobra Commander just completely getting nothing. That's fine. But going back to the 80s, I don't care. It was fine to me. And then I was older when it came out. I was already starting to leave G.I. Joe and collecting as a kid, soon to be teenager. So no, I don't think it did, though. Not for me. And going to Tony's point, as far as the comics, I don't even know how to read. So I was never into comics.
Total opposite. Yeah, total opposite. I was a comic book head, back when they were in the Circle K, 7-Elevens, convenience stores. Go every time. Oh, new one's out, get it. That's what I got most of my G.I. Joes, the comics. I dug the cartoon, always watched it, but I'm like, there was the cartoon, there was a comic, And whatever I love the comic, so whatever I didn't like in the cartoon, I was like, okay, well, that's cool. It just, I got my comic, and it was always, I loved it the whole way through. So I had that. That was my saving grace from anything I didn't like in the cartoon. The cartoon was cool to watch, fun to watch, loved it. But hey, even as a little kid, I was like, okay, red and blue lasers, they don't kill anybody. But I understood that as a kid back then. They can't show that. I get that. I got that in the comic book. So it's fine. Best of both worlds. You can't lose. You know what I mean? So
when did the Joe movie come out? Was it 87?
Yes.
I think it was
it was the year after Transformers. So that would have
I was 87. I was a young teenager by then. I was already leaving collecting toys and stuff. So
Travis, bring us home.
Well, as a kid, I thought the blue and red lasers kill people. So I was like, oh, he died, they died. But I agree with Tony as far as the movie didn't kill it because we had the comics. But if anything killed it, it was Deke. What a horrible! I mean, it's almost unwatchable now, unless you just want to know about stuff that they're going to make in classified, like Metalhead and stuff like that, right? So, like, it's kind of worth watching on mute just to like see stuff. But yeah, Deke killed G.I. Joe for me, but didn't kill toys, but killed like any thought of any kind of entertainment beyond that at the time.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
It's such a different vibe with
so
that.
Different,
Series 2 is just so different.
Yeah, it was such a departure, and the animation style from Sunbow to Deke, it was just the total shift too. Like the factions had started up differently, and
because Sunbow, you could still watch it now and it's fine. It's like, it's old, but like, you could show kids that and it's fine.
It's campy, but
the
it's
Deke
fun
stuff
and it's cool. Deke is borderline intolerable, or it's just intolerable, not even borderline. I do like the Got to Get Tough theme song though. Like that's kind of cool, but that's where it ends for me.
It's a different. I mean, it's a shift. Like there was sort of a shift, right? Because the Sunbow cartoon was like late 80s, and then the Deke cartoon comes out, and you're getting into the 90s, and the 90s was just a different time. Like you look at other cartoons that came out in each of those respective times, and like the Sunbow cartoon is of its time, and the Deke cartoon is sort of its time. There's way more humor in early 90s cartoons. That's what they thought kids were into. They're like, this military line, you know what it needs is more jokes. Like, what? I don't think anybody wants more jokes in G.I. Joe, but go for it.
Yeah. Did we talk about Fresh Monkey Fiction? I thought we did.
We talked a bit about it for Travis's stream. Yeah.
All right. So, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. I have one last topic. This one might actually just put everybody else to sleep, but we'll see what happens. Too bad.
Oh, too bad. You made a video about this.
I did make a video. I made a video about everything we're talking about.
That's true. You putting out the work. What the rest of y'all been doing?
I mean, that's what I do.
Get a new notification every 10 minutes. I'm working from Jay.
That's what happens, man. Like, you gotta be up on it. I mean, Travis knows what I'm talking about. You got.
Oh, I don't. You and Punk are crazy, man. Every 5 minutes is a new review, a new video.
Go for it. I love it.
What's up?
There's always something to watch.
It's all the hustle, man. That's
right. Yeah, I can't keep up with you guys. I can't do anything else if I do a video or two. And, they are sick.
No. We're just freaking geeks and freaks here.
Love y'all geeks.
So Too Bad is going to be an SDCC exclusive. I'm not sure who else is a MOTU fan other than myself, JB, Osterman is Toys. But just talking about this one for a quick minute. This particular figure is one which a lot of people are hoping to be a mainline figure, but now he is an SDCC exclusive, which is both interesting at the same time, kind of scary for a lot of people. And now we're finding out that this might be behind the infamous exclusive portal, which I don't think it will actually. Mattel hasn't made any announcements yet.
Yeah, theirs is different.
Yeah, theirs is a bit different. But having said
They
that,
did the portal last year, though.
did they? That's scary as
They didn't have to.
Which one
They
did
didn't have to.
No,
because
theirs was
Muhammad
straight
Ali,
available.
and he was so easy to get, but he was part of the portal.
Was he really? Okay, it's because
Yeah, he was, even though they had like way too many, and he's still in stock a year later.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because who was the MOTU exclusive last year? It was actually I don't think they had him. No, they did.
I was going to say they didn't have one last year.
I
Like,
think they did.
We got so blown up.
I thought.
Yeah.
Well, no, because Eternia was their big announcement
That
the
was
year
it. That was it.
before.
You're right.
And that was a crowdfund.
You're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right. That was the big. That was
Who
the
was
big
the?
one.
What year was the Queen? 22. The big. I don't forget her name. She's in the
Motherboard.
Motherboard. Yeah.
Motherboard wasn't the. She was a Hasbro Mattel Creations.
Mattel Creations. Yeah.
Yeah. Not
All of their San Diego Comic-Con exclusives have been on Mattel Creations, though.
Yeah.
Like you can order it even if you don't attend the con by
Well,
going.
same for Ali. Yeah, but they were at Comic-Con. Motherboard was at Comic-Con. Was that last year or the year before?
That was the same year as Eternia, but it was later in the year.
Eternia.
Yeah, it was
So
later.
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one in particular is an interesting little set. And now that it's I guess going to be behind the portal, I think a lot of people are getting even more frightened about this. But as you guys have just mentioned, it usually goes to Mattel Creations because it says right here, 26 days. It will be available on July 25th, starting at 9 a.m.
Wow.
But because this guy's going to be a cartoon collection, which is a little bit more niche in terms of the overall collecting, what does everybody think about this particular character? His overall release in the SDCC version, it's only $50 too. So $25 a character if you really think about it. Plus you get a torso, as you can see here, and a little lenticular, which is going to be a little bit interesting.
Little visionaries going on there.
Yeah. Any thoughts? Any thoughts from everybody about this particular character?
I will let everybody else go first.
I was waiting for your
Me
thoughts,
too.
but I mean, it is cool that they're doing the separated version, right? Like
That is
that's
dope.
something that you don't see because when you think of Too Bad, when they first did
This
the
is the first time
announcement,
ever, actually. This is the
that's
first
the
time.
thing. That's the thing, right? Like because I was trying to think did they do that in classics, but I don't think, but they didn't. So,
No.
you think of Too Bad, you think of the original version from Filmation and from the original Mattel toy back in the day. So doing it like this, it's like it adds that new twist to it, right? And the torso is just, I don't know, like I like it because you think of him as one figure, but it's kind of brilliant this way because a lot of people are going to go, I've never seen him this way before. He's still Too Bad.
Right.
It's not actually a deep cut, except that it is. You know what I mean?
Yep. The way it's been presented.
Right? Like the character is not a deep cut, but the presentation kind of is. So it's actually really cool. Why didn't they think of this earlier? Why didn't classics think of this back in the day?
I think that the production of it is just this. I think you're right. It lends itself so well to an exclusive.
Yeah. Right. And maybe they can do one with like that later on, a mainline one that isn't like this. Then you still don't miss out. You still get Too Bad.
Did they do it Too Bad in the origin style or no?
Not yet.
No,
I don't
not
think.
yet. This is the first one ever.
Yeah.
Right now. And this one's
Yeah,
cartoon
'cause-
collection, so.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I put my foot down on Cartoon Line, even though every day I go to a store and I see it, I want to grab them. It looks good, but again, I have to stop it somewhere. I would probably jump in on this if I was collecting the Cartoon Line, and you guys are hitting it right on the head. It's an exclusive. It's not too much of a deep cut. You don't have to have it, but it'd be great to have. If you could get in line and get it or whatever. So.
And this one's straight up Filmation.
This one is straight up Filmation. This is the cartoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's cool. I like that line a lot. Yeah. But, hey, either the doctor separated them or Skeletor did.
Yep.
That's awesome, dude. They're separate and a torso, like Ken was saying. Dude, this is badass. I think for MOTU.
I think so too. Travis.
I'm not a massive MOTU person, but I was a fan of toys and the cartoon as a kid, and I keep up with the Netflix stuff. But as an exclusive, this is what you should get, right? Great deluxe packaging. It's not like a super pop. Like if you don't have this, you're okay, unless you're, Jay Retro or Pixel Dan or something, and or some of the other fellas here. You need it, but
Cobweb.
I think it's a great exclusive, but I'm not like a big MOTU guy, so I don't really have any in-depth knowledge for you on this.
Yep, no worries. I mean, it's all good. Adam, any thoughts?
I think this is perfect as an exclusive because it's a deep enough cut that, like, the really sort of rabid MOTU fans are absolutely going to need this.
Yes,
but the more casual fans, if they can get it, they will. Like the price point is sort of like if they can get it, they will. But if they don't get it, they're not going to be. It's not too bad. It's too. No. I mean this right here, right? Like it's not too bad. So it's not like they're doing like the Too Bad Origins figure as the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. Like we're gonna get. They're probably gonna do the cartoon Too Bad as just a Walmart exclusive and just really make people angry. Yep. But like
they're even harder to get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, oh, you didn't get the San Diego Comic-Con? Good news. We've got terrible news. It's like this is like the way you do it, right? You introduce two figures that have never existed before as an exclusive, where like you can get them if you try hard enough, if you work hard enough, if you make friends, if you pay enough, whatever. Like it's out there in the world, but it's not really gonna affect. No. Like if you want Too Bad as a character, you don't necessarily need Tuvar and Badu or whatever his name is, right? Like it's Badra, sure. I'm not a MOTU guy. Like I like the Origins line because my kids love to play with it, and I love to play with the Origins figures with my kids. I brought Snake Mountain home in my luggage from JoeFest, but. Awesome. But like I don't need this for two reasons. I didn't know until very recently that they were two characters that had been fused together. And then like it's the cartoon line. So it's kind of like there's these sort of steps that it's removed from what I think the really avid collectors are after. And I think that's what makes it a perfect exclusive is that it's close enough that people are absolutely going to be excited about it, but it's far enough away that the anger will easily be dissipated when people don't get it.
The packaging is awesome with Skeletor.
The packaging is phenomenal. That lightning, which looks like it's on the clear, like on the outside packaging.
Yeah, that's fun. That's really fun.
Roy Juarez,
Cobweb collected getting this.
Knock it out of the park.
Thanos.
Yeah, I know a handful of guys that are going to be like, I got 6 of these.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Same here.
Oz, want to wrap it up?
All right. So with this figure completely, Skelly and I called it, I think like a year and a half ago, where we were like, they're going to do it Too Bad. They're going to sell them as a single figure or as single figures and then a combined torso. We called this like a year and a half ago as a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Now, we'd said that it was going to be Origins, but that was because we didn't know there was a cartoon line coming.
Right.
Like everybody else, I think this is fantastic as a con exclusive. Because you're not locking the actual character Too Bad behind a paywall, right? They've still got room to release a single carded version without the two separate versions.
Right.
My gripe is they're releasing a cartoon collection figure that never existed in the cartoon.
No, that's not true. That's not true. He did exist in the cartoon.
Not in Filmation, not in
Yes.
this
No,
no.
he did.
Name the
Too-Bad
episode.
Oh,
existed.
you're talking about Tuvar. Yeah,
Tuvar and Badra were
Tuvar
an
and Badra.
invention of the 2000X line.
that is true. You got me. You
They
got me.
did
Yes.
not exist as separate entities
This is
in
true.
the original cartoon or in the original like mini comics. There was no these two were joined. They were just always a set together.
You are correct. You are correct.
This
You are
is something that's completely never existed for this before. That's where I'm kind of like, they've gone in and they've done 2000X versions of characters. Like we got He-Man, we got Skeletor, we've got Neva Lynn. I don't understand why they went Filmation for this instead of doing a 2000X one.
Yep.
That's the part that I'm kind of like, yeah. But overall, I still think it's an amazing con exclusive. It's a great way to get two figures that never existed before in any of the toy lines because they've never released a single Tuvar, never released a single Badger. It's always been too bad.
Yep.
I'm gonna pass on it though, because as much as I'd like to have this in my collection, as much as I'd like again the packaging, because Roy Juarez and the team and Axel just always knock these out of the park. It's not something that I must have. If it was the Origins version of these characters and not like that cartoon collection version, then I might be a little bit more, I need to have it. But
I think they did this so that they can do the cartoon Too Bad
easily, right? Like they're definitely doing this version so
Yeah.
that they've got the tooling now for the other ones. Like we've already seen they got the two Bebop Rocksteady, like they're
Yeah.
already using the double-headed buck on other figures already. So we're 100% going to see a regular Tuvar and Badger.
But how many times can you use that buck? So that's where this
Right.
plays in, right? Where
Gotta
these are all parts that exist. Those heads will exist on the two-headed figure. They're effectively this is the equivalent of like the G.I. Joe classified pre-paints, where like they're releasing figures that you didn't know you wanted until now. And it's basically paying for the tooling for the figure that they're going to release in the regular line later.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
this is a brilliant exclusive for all the reasons that everyone mentioned. And now Adam, being the technical whiz that he is, he just provoked the secret sauce and said, they're literally giving the
Just ruining toys.
They're making the fans pay for the tooling for what they really want, right? And that's why this is brilliant, because you're going to get everyone who doesn't, like Adam says, everyone who doesn't deserve this, like the scalpers and everybody else, who will actually take this to town and
No one doesn't deserve it. That's not what I said.
That's the ones who are definitely going to be gunning for this. But if you are hardcore, fan, and you must have everything as some idiots, must have. I'm pointing at myself, by the way, guys. This is definitely one that you can definitely get in line for, and hopefully even in Mattel Creations pick it up online. So bravo to Mattel for actually making this happen, because a lot of people have been wondering if a 2000X version would be coming out, and more likely it's definitely going to come out based on what we're seeing here. And of course, once again, Adam being the mythical wizard,
Wet blanket
is probably going to say, and probably correct in saying, that Walmart is probably going to be the hardest place to get.
It's going to be the Walmart exclusive, 100%. It's got to be, because not enough people are going to be pissed off.
He's blue. He's blue.
Yeah, blue. Yep.
Walmart gets the blue exclusives.
He's going to be
That's the way it works.
He's also technically red.
Target. He's more like pink though.
Yeah, that's true.
Magenta.
Oh, guys, what an amazing reunion for a lot of us here. I mean, like pretty much everybody on the screen, save poor Ostrom and his toys. We all met up at Power. No, I'm just kidding. We all met up at JoeFest 2024. Everybody take a drink anyway, because you guys deserve it. Thank you guys. Cheers to everybody here. You guys are freaking awesome. Oh my God, what a sexy bunch of gentlemen right here. You guys should all subscribe to every single one of their channels. Dear God, these guys. There's not enough testosterone. There's too much testosterone happening right now. So let's take this one at a time. Oz, my friend, what are you up to, and how can people reach you, buddy?
Guys, you can come check out. Most of us here will probably be jumping on the Saturday night Clubhouse stream on my channel tomorrow night. So if you want to hear more fun stories like this and talk with some other people as well, we'll be hanging out, opening up some toys, just, you know, having fun, trying to relax and get away from the everyday adult life that we're used to. Right? We're going to be hanging out, opening up toys, having fun. We'll probably talk about gut health, you know, the other stuff that comes with getting older, mixing it in with fun nostalgia, because that's just how it rolls. And once a month on Thursdays, catch me and the guys over at The Frenzy on Skelevator's channel. Not sure when our next episode will be, but definitely keep on the lookout for that.
Thank you, Oz. Guys, definitely check out Ostromandus Toys on his YouTube channel and, of course, all of his socials. Tony, how can people reach you, and what are you working on, brother?
Oh man, you can always reach me at Tony's_figs on Instagram. Bunch of custom stuff, you know, figs, all that fig life is over there. And then I'm doing Tony's Figs YouTube, you know, putting all kind of custom work up there, showing you what I do, showing you how I do it. And always on with Travis on a Toy Kind of Mood. Always having fun doing that stuff, and just working on just some more customs, man. I like the way my Delta 17 Shepherd 6-inch came out. I'm working on a preacher. I'm working on a preacher now, and I got Ray Murphy. He's gonna do a rooster, Ken.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Nice.
so
Awesome.
we're delving into some other lines and playing with it because those figs are awesome. Yeah, Delta 17 went off.
Guys, please follow Tony's Figs on YouTube and all of his social media. Adam, what are you working on? Because I know that you're always busy, especially this time of year.
I literally, while you were showing other people's faces, I replied to an email to a Animal Wars of the Kingdom customer. I'm doing that like 24/7. But when I'm not doing that, I'm talking about toys and having fun. And I do that on YouTube primarily. Highly Articulated is the channel. Highly_articulated, I think, on Instagram. And yeah, it's Animal Warriors of the Kingdom is number one. G.I. Joe Classified is right there. I'm getting into dinos. I'm getting into Masters of the Universe. It's like I just love toys, man. I just love talking about toys, and I enable myself a lot of the time by sort of, you know, talking about things that I don't collect. But yeah, just toys. Toys are fun.
Guys, you can follow Highly Articulated Adam. He is the master of disaster when it comes to AWOC. I mean, he literally scammed his way into working for these guys. It's actually ridiculous. So,
pretty much, yeah.
He literally bugged them until they said, "You want to work for us?" That's basically how that happened.
I just harassed them until they.
That's how it works with indie companies.
He had so many useless facts of you know, internal workings that they're like, Jesus Christ, this guy knows more than we do.
That's not true. I learned a lot of it as a result.
JB, what are you working on, brother, and how can people reach you, my friend?
JB's Toy Trunk, Instagram and YouTube. The first of 3 videos is out already. Day 1 for me, I did a walkthrough, and I had to walk through twice from JoeFest. I'm talking about. You guys all know it was such a whirlwind, and it was a great reunion for all of us. And that leads into my next video, which is tomorrow. I think tomorrow 9 o'clock. Day 2, where I do some interviews. Real quick question was, what was the best thing of JoeFest? So if you guys are interested, check that out. And then, of course, the haul I'm going to put out sometime next week from JoeFest, and a lot of vintage haul. When I got back into collecting, I said, people asked me, "You going to get into vintage?" I said, no. You know, why go backwards? Just go forward. That's probably the dumbest thing I've ever said, because there's so much vintage out there still. It's amazing. And I'm looking at some of the characters right now. So yeah, just hanging out. Got work has dialed down over the summer, so I'm going to try to do more hunt videos than I normally do, which is usually once a week, and just go out there and have some fun. Like Adam said, just toys is great. Toys is fun for me. And like I always say when I sign off, you know, always enjoy the ride in life. And that's what I'm doing. And thank you, Jay, for inviting me onto the live tonight. And of course, when we were at JoeFest, that was a fun time. So just enjoying it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Hey, you cut that bit that I told you to cut, right?
Oh yeah, that's yeah. I got you in there. Yeah, but I got you and Jason in there, just talking about Friends and the reunion, and I left it there. Yeah.
Jason,
Adam,
I love the
Jason was saying some stuff, and I was like, "Oh, you can't say that."
you're like in the background, and I kind of like, oh, okay. I got you. And that's the thing. It's like I'm just the fan out there documenting my journey and thanking you guys for just jumping on and just like, hey, let's talk. But I am not trying to run anybody over. Not at all.
Very
Not
cool
that
to
guy.
meet your family over there at JoeFest, JB. That was awesome.
Oh man, yeah, thanks guys. They loved it. I wouldn't be doing this if they weren't so much into it. Also, so yeah.
You're blessed, my brother. Ken, what do you work on, brother, and how can people reach you? Don't talk about Delta 17. I'm just kidding.
So talk about wrestling, right?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
Totally.
See, I got some friends here. So I just finished the JoeFest walkthrough. Instead of putting that up on Friday, I put it up on the Wednesday as soon as I got it done.
Awesome.
So check that out if you want. It's only about 20 minutes long, just to talk about my adventure. I think I got everyone. I know Oz wasn't there, but I think everyone's here. I think I got them on camera.
Yep.
At some point. And other than that, what am I working on? I'll be doing a post JoeFest live stream tomorrow with a few people, but there's a lot going on.
I guess I missed the invite.
Oh, for what?
The live stream?
You know what invite you didn't miss? Clubhouse.
Locked into that one. Locked into that one.
That's what I was gonna say. I'll probably be on late for the Clubhouse tomorrow, and then I'm on with Wilhelm, Toy and Hobby, and Jim Largo sometime on Sunday to talk about the 118. And then other than that, there's my Cobra Convergence videos coming out next Friday. I've taken all my year by year G.I. Joe history videos from the 80s. I put them all into one extended supercut, so you can just listen to the entire 2.5 hour thing while driving or snore through it, whatever. I don't care. Just give me the click and the view. But other than that, there's just a lot going on. I got another project I'm working on right now. I'm just talking to a few collaborators for another history video. There's always a lot going on. I'm always scripting something, recording something, photographing something, or I'm helping Steve with Delta 17. There we go.
You could have talked about Delta 17. I was just kidding.
I just did.
I didn't forget, Travis. What do you work on, brother? And how?
Well, I'll talk about Delta 17. Congratulations, that was a hell of a booth you guys had at.
Thank you, Travis.
On our JoeFest wrap up we did on Wednesday with Punk and Baldy and of course Tony here. We thought Delta 17 had maybe not the most luxurious booth, like, Skeletron with all the LED lights and everything. But as far as just the layout and all the toys and stuff everybody could buy and all the merch, you guys killed it. You guys had
Thank you, sir.
Definitely won JoeFest on the booth.
It's been a long time coming. We planned that for ages. So I'm glad it paid off. Thank you, Travis.
Yeah, and that's coming from a guy who only really collects 112, and I was amazed.
Well, you picked up a couple of figures, which was cool. I think. Or did you buy it for Tony, or did you?
He bought me one. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. He bought you.
I bought my panelists each a figure, but Steve was nice enough to gift me one because of all the promotion I was doing. So that was really nice. But yeah, and it was nice to meet all you guys to do the panel. It was like when I met you, Ken and Jay, it was like we had already talked online so many times that it was like almost the same thing. And it was fantastic to finally do in person, but never met JB and never met Highly Articulated either. So that was a lot of fun to meet new guys, and I had a blast at the panel, and that was cool. As far as what we're doing, yeah, Tony said it, Toy Kind of Mood. This Wednesday, I won't be on, but I think everyone else will be. So that's all the more reason to watch because I'm not there. They're going to be talking about Comic-Con, kind of like what you guys were touching, base all the Comic-Con exclusives that we know so far. So that'll be an amazing show. And then, like I said, at the top of when I joined, Fresh Monkey Fiction, Grindhouse Toys, and Gridiron Studios will be on Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific time on a Toy Kind of Mood. We never usually do weekends, but it's a JoeFest special. So I'm very excited. On Sunday, at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern to talk with Bill and Chris and Mark. It's going to be a blast.
I'll be with Mark tomorrow morning. We got a Mesa Comic-Con coming tomorrow, and Cage's Customs Johnny's like, "Hey, you're gonna come with us?" Yeah, I'll meet you guys over. I'm off. So I'll be hanging with the Cannon people tomorrow.
It never ends, brother.
Check it
It's
out.
a
Oh my
lifestyle.
God.
That's it.
Maybe I'll do a walkthrough of that one.
Yeah, there you go.
Guys, it has been incredible hanging out with all these legends here. These guys are killing it. You guys should always check out all of these.
Oh, it's Thane, right?
That is Thane.
That is Thane.
With a helmet. The helmet is Thane. Anyway.
Helmet.
Oh, that's cool. Where can I get that?
Delta17toys.com.
Messing with Mega's outro.
I love it.
Everybody.
I love it.
I was working on this just before I jumped on, so yeah, it's all right here. Yeah.
Guys, definitely check out all everyone's social medias and check them all out on YouTube. These guys are working hard and making content for all of us. You can definitely check them out at their channels that you can see here. Definitely give them all a like and a follow. Tell them that Jay sent you. And guys, thank you so much for helping me to remember what we are missing out on every single year. You guys are freaking amazing. Oh my God, that's Beetlejuice. Oh, geez. Okay.
Vintage.
That is vintage. Just so cool.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the next movie. Guys, please definitely follow all these guys. Thank you guys again for being here tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you guys. I hope to see you again at another convention. San Diego Comic-Con is coming up soon, guys. We do have a panel for Flip Or. If you guys didn't hear about that earlier, Flip Or does have a panel. The Mad Hatter, myself, Renders Effects will definitely be there, along with whoever else can make it. We're hoping the rest of the team can make it down to San Diego, but it's just never as easy as that because San Diego is just a horrid mistress, and she definitely kills you every time you try to visit her. So, guys, stay out there, stay hydrated. It's freaking a scorcher out there, but we all love you. Thank you guys again for sticking around with us. We do appreciate every single bit. I hope you're all doing well, staying safe. And as always, everybody, thank you very much for watching. Good journey. Keep proud.